Coming later this year, the Onslaught Legends Series. This is your chance to make the event truly awesome by boosting the prize pool and getting a cool 2D style and other goodies in the process. Contribute now.
Well, hello there and welcome once again to another tournament stream. It is the day one of the June 2024 Clan Showdown Tournament, and we are going to be in for some spicy 15 on 15 action here. I'm once again being joined by a wonderful Daki, and we're immediately going to hop into the tournament bracket.
Yeah, tournament bracket here, Motivatia versus No Timing first up, then Invil against W. No real surprises coming out of those group stages that was played last week. All in all, looking spicy. Indeed, the question for today is, how good is Motivatia going to be? They said they were kind of free roaming.
Yeah, I mean, the group stage for Motivatia, definitely a role, I believe. Them winning all 3 matches there, and then obviously in match 2 we have someone we always have to watch out for. It is a team of Invil that in recent times have seen a resurgence. Looking not so good quite a few months ago in 15 versus 15. Now, however, back on the upwards trend. They're immediately taking it up against W. I guess a team that now could be called the rivals here for Invil at this point in time. Then in the lower bracket, we have Goodnight Nomi and Goldfish awaiting the losers of matches 1 and 2. We're going to see all of those 4 matches today. But yeah, we're going to be kicking it off with Motivatia against NTMG. That's already going to be a cracker, but given the group stage, I am kind of going with the community predictions as well.
Yeah, I think the community predictions are still on point there. Motivatia is still a team with a lot of experience under their belts. They are able to win these kind of tournaments. If they're going to be winning this one, that is a big question. I am going to keep my eyes open on W, mainly, the team that... And maybe it's time, Kihan, you know, to deliver. It reminds me a lot of Belgium in football, actually. You know, golden generation, yada yada yada, and then never delivers anything more than like a measly 3rd place. W have been going on for it for so long. I mean, if they don't start winning something, Kihan, I don't know what to say.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, not only in the tournament, in the Euros as well. The team I'm rooting for there, so far not dropped a match, but we'll have to wait and see about that one as well. Now, map picks and bans. This is where we're gonna go into the nitty-gritty of it all. Highway and Moravanka being banned out compared to the last tournament. Also, it should be mentioned that Karelia as a map has been removed once again, so only Sand River and Live Oaks remaining as the maps with the flipped sides compared to, for example, Clan Wars. Now, Prokhorovka is going to be our first map of the day, followed by Cliff, Sand River and Himmelsdorf getting removed, so then possible map 3 would be Fisherman's Bay, and then Live Oaks as the tiebreaker. So definitely we're going to have Prokhorovka and Cliff. What do you think about those two?
Prokhorovka can be very, very fast-paced, and I think Motivatia is usually pretty decent at it. They play it kind of quick as well. But then Cliff coming out is an important one to keep in mind, because Cliff is the map where you can see either team go 2-0. So if you have a bad start on Prokhorovka and you then go into Cliff, you have everything to play for, but you also have everything to lose very quickly. You lose in 1 round on Cliff, 3-0, you lose another, 4-0 match point, you're not coming back.
Yeah, definitely. Although this is still the upper bracket, so both of those teams still equipped with a safety net, with a parachute, should things go all right here. Also, obviously, as is, I guess, tradition at this point, we do have Twitch drops lined up for you. Today, it's going to be a pack of goodies consisting mostly of repair kits, med kits, extinguishers. You're going to have to watch 180 minutes for that. And tomorrow is when things are really going to be heating up this summer. We do have 2 mystery drops, not 1 but 2. One after 120 and the second one after 240 minutes. And Already, I know the questions are going to come. Disclaimer, know the style of the T95. That is very, very cool, by the way. It does not come with the tank, so you do need to have the tank to be able to equip it. The premium tanks do, however, come by themselves. So those you will have if you're lucky enough to claim them.
Yeah, Kian quite often rocks the T95 style in random battles. He's a real enjoyer, especially when he gets on his favorite map, Boxster Bay. Likes to take a quick trip to the beach, hang out with the coconuts, and enjoy the scenery.
I mean, what a better thing can there be to sit on the beach, sip on some beverage, and wear your sunglasses. That being said, that's not all we have for you today. First of all, this month here is quite the busy one if you've been following the portal, as we do currently have the D-Day Battle Pass in memory of the 80th anniversary of the landing in Normandy. There is quite a lot of progression going on with you being able to claim a lot of currencies. You're able to get goodies in the D-Day Battle Pass. You're able to get tier 6 premium tanks, all that kind of stuff. And next weekend, and no, I'm not going to stop mentioning it, we also have one of the if not the highlight coming for you. We'll have the live streams coming from Tankfest. That is an absolute blast. I believe, Daki, you're going to be there in person, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, but I'll probably be situated not near the arena, but closer to the beverages stand.
A very, very wise decision. I was there 2 years ago, and it was incredibly hot during the tank show. That being said, it was absolutely cool to see these steel beasts in action. Like in the game, they tend to look a little bit small, and like, yeah, you drive across trees and you fell them easily, but like when you see them actually in the arena, it is absolutely astounding. That is quite enough jibber jabber, though. Let's get back into some action, and that's going to be NTMG against Motivacja, starting on Prokhorovka. Now, this map here, we've seen quite some, I would say, interesting differences in gameplay when it comes to the approaches that the teams have. Some teams like to play it very slow. Some teams just like to play 15 tags, aggression, in your face. All of us going with Motivacja here, so I guess all of us watching the group stage. Later on, you'll also be able to see awesome Tiger, who is going to be bringing quite the expert insights, I would guess. But yeah, what do you think are the approaches for either team on this map?
Well, defense in recent memory has just opted and decided to play more passive. I think this also comes down to the meta being very, very heavy with a lot of 60 TPs, I7s. It is quite hard to execute a successful mid push when you have 907s facing off against those heavies, because they just don't kill them quickly enough to get into safety. So a lot of defenses are way more laid back now, because this also plays in their favor. A very heavy attack is not a very mobile attack either. It leaves a limited amount of tanks that can push either side, with 1-2 line being usually the biggest danger, because you can drive however many tanks you want to down that 2 line to go and clear out a 2 as an attacker. So I don't really expect too much hyper aggression. They might challenge the middle, but they won't go past that.
All right, so let's go into the lineups of the game 1 of the June Clan Showdown. Motivacja coming into this one with a singular EBR, 1 STRV, 1 Badger. We do have double 90, 1 E5, double mouse. Then we have 160 TP, and the rest is IS7s.
IS7s galore, and no timing, then double STRV, 1 EBR, double 907, triple 260, triple IS7, and the rest being those 60 TPs for them. That double STRV, it is a powerful and potent combination, but we have also seen matches in which the double STRV just does absolutely nothing, because there's no way in for them.
Yeah, the double STRV, they obviously want the enemies to push into them so they can really truly just lay down the law, just extend that firepower. But if the enemy doesn't do that, then all of a sudden they are the ones that need to move, and then the STRV not in the best of possibilities here. That being said, though, let's see the openings here. We already see Nico Heinz in that IS7 getting pushed up very, very far into the F9 position, but I think he's gonna make it for Motivacja in towards the hold down, and he's going to be able to stay safe. That being said, nope, it seems like he has actually dropped down into the water, so not able to make it fully into the water, as Delconix in that 260 on the hill now is going to start advancing. Takes 1 for his troubles, takes 2. That is already down to 1500, but for the time being seems to be safe. So Shelby Walk in that EBR 105 actually able to get a good first spot off here, is going to drive away now, and he did not get spotted, meaning Aka on the other side in his EBR respectively is not able to really capitalize on the situation.
And you may notice that the No Timing is doing something that not a lot of teams do. They're using Xank on the STRV as a spotter, probably having equipment related to that as well. But as we currently see, we lose immediately one of the I7s. SD-Rapt, they're pushing down. They're actually trying to pressure the east altogether while pushing the 0 line as well. And this move for No Timing is going to cost them a lot. Like, they do pick up one gun, but here comes the repush from Motivatia. Already they were waiting on that hill, kind of expecting this to happen. They're coming back down with the double 260, the double 907. Hellmine, though, in a lot of trouble, down towards the one-shot, just barely surviving with the EBR, picking him up. And this repush from Motivatia, I don't know if it's going to work out.
The repush by Motivatia taking a lot of fire from the middle of the map. Q a little here in that 907 already down towards the one-shot is probably gonna get picked up, as he does. Dreamer the one to send him to the grave. Now 100 LeVay and Dreamer on an Amarak still in that hold down for the team of NTMG, and right now they're holding strong. Yes, Dreamer bites the dust, but LeVay is still staying alive here. They're still stalling this push currently, and I believe this is prompting Motivatia in towards one more push over the middle, where the double mouse is not really able to have an impact. We can see the IS-7s of Clowns and Brainbreaker driving in. They need to get to the sides of those mouses, so the low pen of the IS-7 doesn't matter, but that Badger is raining hell down from A3, A4.
Yeah, that Badger is doing a lot of damage, and this push kind of getting halted against Squeezy now, realizing this is maybe not going that well as I thought it was. In the meantime, Nico Hines getting flanked as well, but still, though, No Timing with less guns and less HP. They do drop Nico Hines pretty low, and they might even win 0 line again, but the EBR sneaking on the 2 line from Aka will outspot the Badger, will outspot the E5. They're going to starting to get shot at by that remaining STRV of Ice. Nico Hines down towards the one-shot now, but still, it's not over just yet. No Timing could actually hold on to this.
No Timing here. Another good shot by the dead IS-7, but the guns start dropping here. Sizer actually with a team kill on his own EBR. That might cost them a little here. Both of those EBRs actually down and out of the game, so no free roaming EBR is going to be able to backstab, as Manera in that mouse still alive. Finally, Brainbreaker to put the nail into the coffin for him, and all of a sudden we are down to a 5 versus 5, but Motivatia, they have so much HP remaining. I said there in that STRV, though, he is in that E1 bush line depressed. He obviously did get spotted in that E5, so he doesn't currently know where exactly the STRV is, but he seems to have a pretty good clue, as Kitsunk does put a blind shot in that STRV here. The STRV is also tracked. He cannot move, but the E5, he cannot go and proxy spot him, because he would take a tremendous amount of punishment from those 60 TPs in that middle. Positive and Copiat, both of those are currently able to protect their STRV. That is still unspotted, and Depressed, he realizes that he cannot make this work, as Depressed takes another one into the back of his tank. Make that 2-1-2 sucker punch combination to put him down towards a one-shot, and I said he has all the time in the world. He doesn't even need to shoot. Well played by him, keeping his calm, keeping his nerves, and now with the pickup, probably waited for a tree to come behind both of them. Doesn't get spotted for that.
Yeah, no, most STRV players, Jackify, would run away in that scenario, but Ice, Nerves of Steel, just sits in the bush, and that was a really, really good play by him, because the E5 can indeed not go proxy spot the STRV, because double 60 TP would drop his HP to 0, and it became close at some point, but I think Motivatia always having a lead in this battle. They were a bit over eager to finish the game, which is sometimes a bit of their problems, that they're like, okay, we won, let's go kill them. And then you realize, oh, maybe it's not that one. Maybe we should chill out a little bit. And once they did that, they came back in and cleaned up what had to be cleaned up, and are able to get their first round on the attack, which is good for them. I mean, they get to defend now, and definitely able to pick up a second round.
Yeah, we'll see now. Kopiat, he obviously did or does now have the information on towards Kitsunk, which means he's not going to expose his turret towards the SRB. He's just going to turn the Badger so that ISAT in the SRB on the right side of the screen currently can't farm. Never mind, he wants a little bit of that Badger for himself. Good roll, and I have that little conspiracy theory in my head that the 60 TP in competitive does have an actual alpha of 850. I will keep coming back to that one. But good stuff by Motivacja here. They're taking it clean at the end of the day. They did seem to have a pretty good idea of what was going on for the team of NTMG. And yeah, by NTMG, they tried some interesting stuff also with that hill push, but Motivacja just mentally one step ahead here, taking down this first round cleanly. I would say it looked a bit messy, but you said it. They were always just ahead when it comes to guns, positions, everything. So clean stuff here. And yeah, only Kitsunk remaining, only 10 HP remaining. Good shot in towards ISET, but that is going to get him spotted. I hope ISET has HE loaded. If he did, good job, but he kills him anyway. 1-0.
Yeah, really good stuff there from Motivacja. They were pretty ready for this eastern push. They almost immediately deleted 1-2 tanks worth of HP. And then their hill repush, it looked a bit iffy. I think they also missed a few shots that they probably shouldn't have missed. They did win it at the end. Could have been done better though, but they were always ahead after that exchange. And No Timing was trying to come back, but I think that's more down to Motivacja just, you know, over pushing the middle and then being like, oh no, they have a Badger and an SCRV shooting us. This is not a good idea.
And now, as we take a quick look at the damage results, actually that Badger together with the double mouse able to have a pretty good impact for the team of No Timing, but it wasn't nearly enough. Obviously, those mouses, if they take some time to die, they do have pretty good DPM, so they are able to dish out punishment, but when what's driving at them is essentially heavies and super heavies, then all the damage in the world is not going to be able to help if there's only 2+1 Badger shooting from the back and your team is just losing the entire map elsewhere. Once again, shout out to the team kill on towards the EBR. Not sure if that was intended, but they probably don't want to have that happen in the future.
100%, he definitely tried to kill the EBR, for sure. It's like we don't need an EBR anymore. That's like a keyhand level play.
You know, keyhand level play would be not hitting the EBR and then claiming you missed on purpose.
Yes, claiming lag or something. Missed
always,
on purpose.
always.
Missed on purpose.
Last resort is pulling the plug on your router.
Yes. How to keyhand tips 101. How to make sure that your FC doesn't get angry at you. Just pull out the internet and then be like, I lost my connection. I'm sorry.
I mean, who's going to prove anything, right?
Smart
anyway, though, at the end of the first round here, we stand at a 1-0 scoreline for the team of Motivacja, and well, to be honest, I don't want to be brutal to No Timing, but I think that's kind of where we expected for this match to get going, right? The favorites right now are up, but No Timing, they've proven in the past that they are not to be messed with. They are definitely a team that can catch anyone off guard, even if they're on a good day, just because they're so explosive sometimes when it comes to surprising them. This time, though, Motivacja seemed very ready. We'll have to wait if round number 2 is going to change that, however. But so far, yeah, Motivacja looking good.
Yeah, so far, so good. On their defense, they're more likely to play mid in some capacity with a lot of tanks and try and see if they can make some overpush happen. That's what they did in groups. I don't think they're going to change too much of them, of the tactics that they used there, because also they said they didn't train that much. They're just kind of cruising. You have to understand, for a lot of teams, the current focus is a bit different than 15v15. It's a bit more orientated towards all the 7v7 stuff that's coming up, which is understandable, of course.
I mean, there's a lot of awesome things happening in the 7v7 department here currently. I think some of it even will be down in the ticker. That's now scrolling over the screen. But yeah, currently also winning here in Clan Showdown is going to mean a lot to them, I think. Not only when it comes to restocking the account with credits, gold, bonds, also when it comes to restocking their personal bank accounts. So even if they didn't train a lot, I think we are still not going to see them bowing out easily. That being said, though, round number 2 of Prokhorovka is almost upon us, and it will be down to no timing to put them on the board. Otherwise, I mean, it's not going to be a problem yet for them, but it will definitely be, yeah, not so good of a prospect moving forward here, because Cliff, I mean, it's a dicey map that we have coming up as the second one, and dicey means always that the dice can also fall not in your favor, so there is the possibility of this match ending early. However, maybe I'm just speaking early because we're just one round in for the second one now.
Yeah, I think this is a very, very early can. Like I said, Cliff is the real decider here. I mean, even if Prokhorovka is 2-0 for Motivacja, it's so easy to lose Cliff 2-0. It happens in 5 minutes. You know, you go in, well, 1 minute 30, you lost. You go in again, another 1 minute 30, you lost. So it's so easy to be back right where you started. Of course, it's important, but it's not the whole way just yet. Motivacja, though, they're going the whole way with their lineup. Key hand, double to 60,
Oui.
triple IS7, triple 60 DP, what makes 6 907s and a STRV to round it off. Important there, not a single light.
Not a single light, but that is a lot of mediums for Motivacja. And for no timing, we have double EBR, 1 STRV, 1 CS63, 1 279, quadruple 260, triple IS7, and triple 60 TP. So no timing are definitely going to have the spotting advantage with that double EBR, but that actually poses a problem for them because the EBR, no real DPM to speak of. The pen isn't that great, even on the heat. So they're essentially down a full combat tank here against that Motivacja lineup that just ditches the EBRs entirely. So they do need to get a lot of information right away with those EBRs. They need to understand where exactly it is that NTMG want to surprise them with a push. Right now, that seems to be the middle of the map, but they're going to be facing off against triple 60 TP. Lakiner, Kopiat, Positive, they are going to be the first line of defense that NTMG need to conquer, and that seems exactly what's in their mind. The IS-7 starting to peek over together with the 260s, but right now, the damage not really there. NTMG committing in, though.
NTMG committing in, but this is beautiful for Motivacja. The 2-line and the 6-line now coming back in. You can see these 907s dispersing, trying to get these angles and no timing. Really seem to be thinking that a hill push was gonna come. They were hyper afraid of it because of that double light, but what they did now just put them in the meat grinder of Motivacja. They have found 2 kills, surely. They have found Lakiner and they have found Positive, but in return now the 907 repush coming back in. Little Hellmine from behind, you have the 907s from the 5-line, and they're having a very good time all together, feasting on these tanks that overpushed from the side of no timing, who thought that they could hit a timing but were unable to do so. It looks a bit weird, but there is a thought process behind it. It's just not the right one.
It is indeed not the right one. The middle now for NTMG getting cleaned up absolutely by Motivacja, as there are still tanks remaining from Motivacja that actually started off getting pushed upon. Deconix in that 260 still alive and kicking here on 589. Face-hugging Q-Sprite here right now, and there are still tanks behind him in A3, A1 that could help out if needed. Finally, the last of the heavy tanks of Motivacja falls. Currently 3k advantage in the HP department for Motivacja, and all of a sudden it seems doable for NTMG because they still have that double light tank that can just roam the map. But Beast in that 260 is going to be hold down in A3, and there still is the SRV for Motivacja of Rambo that hasn't even been found yet. Dreamer, no chance for him to commit in to dig out that SRV. This means also that Beast is going to have 3 rain onto the 3-line, as Tilto is going to transition over into that 3-line. Doesn't even get punished for it in that 907. And yes, the HP are close, but the positions right now not that good for no timing.
You have to keep in mind, though, you say HP is close, they're 2,000 down, and you have to count in another 2,000 HP of the EBR. Free roaming, yes, but they have nowhere to go. there's no part of the map that they can actually play. I mean, Dreamer is just sitting in a bush. Rambo is playing it intelligent, just like Ice did in the previous battle. Simply not shooting is better than revealing your position and getting blasted from numerous angles. So yeah, he's spotting these guys, but even if he's spotting A2, who is going to shoot those people? Because you have to imagine when the enemy team, in this case Motivatia, has the 4 line, where you see the 60p and 907s, E1, where you would like to put your STRV, is unplayable. You get spotted immediately.
And now we do see Motivatia forming up some sort of counter move in the 3 to 4 line. We do have a lot of heavy tanks there, an IS-7 that still is pretty healthy, that could backstab Manera in the 60 TP. So that is going to be a problem. Removing Manera from the game here is, not what NTMG want to have happen to them at this point in time. This would also mean that the EBR of Dreamer would possibly have to move back. He's playing a dangerous game of World of Tanks there himself. Now the repush, the overpush is going to come in. Iset is going to take one, same as Manera, who turns around, but he misses his shot, so no more damage taken for the side of Motivatia for that kill here. This is going to prompt the repush in the southeastern position as well, where Saisa is able to eliminate Diaval, but Clownzik in that 907 is still very, very healthy, able to spot out for Hellmind as well. Clownzik now starting to commit in. He needs to get rid of that CS63, and he should be able to do so. Takes one more for his troubles, but he is going to fall in the end. That is another gun down for NTMG.
Yeah, Clownzik realizes he has to push the CS63. He does that. He gets the kill. Now, to keep into consideration, though, if Clownzik and Hellmind were to die, if the guy was able to pick them up, Shelby does find the first kill. Now, as D-Rap would find the second, that does open up the hill again for no timing. Now, you can start taking into consideration those EBRs you were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah, as the hill is completely empty, as we as the all-knowing observers know, this is now quite the issue for the team of Motivatia, because that EBR is going to have almost free reign over the map if he doesn't catch an unlucky timing against the 907 that we also know is right now roaming around the map. Shelby walk against Tiltozar. In the 907. They are going to be missing each other. Never mind, Shelby actually does get spotted. Iset from the backlines as well, able to help out. Shelby dropping down towards a possible one-shot for those 907s as well. Tilto missing his shot though. So Shelby is going to try and make an escape through that town here. Finds a house to hide behind. That almost cost his life.
That was a bit over-aggressive in the EBR. If he went over the hill, he would have outspotted this 100%. But this is a good adjustment from Motivatia. They bring the I-907 back to B9, and Shelby tries to take a bush, but Tilto already miles ahead of him.
Miles ahead of him mentally, indeed. Tilto is going to, with a slight high roll, shut down that EBR, but then again, I think had a low roll on him before. Good marksmanship on the 907 of Motivatia. And now, as the dust settles, we do see that Motivatia are still comfortably sitting and chilling on defense. Brainbreaker has managed to push back Dreamer in that EBR as well. That is going to take a lot of pressure off of A1, A3 for Motivatia. So they are going to be chilling in that 1-2-3 line. The only thing they really need to be careful of is the hill, but they have such a healthy 907 with Tilto there still. So right now, NTMG, the time is ticking against them.
Yeah, they're going to try and push up Xank in the STRV, hoping that his camo will save him so he can farm Brain Breaker. If this is going to work out, we'll see. It does seem like the first shot from Xank is from a double bush position. The second one not connecting. Now Love trying to find an angle as well. And this is good stuff from no timing though. You can see the shells coming in. And that's because the I-7 was trying to proxy spot the road. And now this opens up Dreamer to go past the I-7 though. Sneak by Brainbreaker when he is not in the bushes anymore. Or in proximity range of the bushes altogether. Now Dreamer pushing back up. But again though, Motivatia seems very aware of no timing, because look what has crossed A2 in the meantime.
Tilto once again has crossed over, so that healthy 907 is playing a beautiful game of World of Tanks as Vladislav is going to get spotted in that 260. So he's going to get put down towards a one-shot as Kitsunkin. That SRV actually does get spotted, and the SRV, yes, frontally is not too easy to penetrate, but when it comes to the sides, it does start bouncing some shots here for some reason, as Rambo in that SRV playing carelessly does get spotted as well down towards 581. Might be going down here. Good shot by Kitsunk, and it's going to be Aka to pick it up. So the A1 stronghold for Motivacja for almost no reason does get eliminated as the 279 falls as well.
Yeah, the 279 getting set on fire there, but even with, even if he didn't die, Kihan, look at what's left now. You have Dreamer on 1300 HP, well, no longer have an STRV and a 60 TP. That was all they had left. And yeah, EBR is really cool and all, but if Dreamer is not able to really play the game and just sits in a bush the whole time, then it's 1300 HP that never really mattered.
Yeah, and now we can see the EBR getting spotted out, realizes he doesn't really have anywhere left to go. He does drive in here, and at that range, the Motivacja players are not going to be missing a shot, not going to be missing a beat. The EBR does get removed from the game, and now it is Esidarab playing against Forb and playing against the clock. This one is going to be Motivacja's as well, so 2-0 after Prokhorovka. The favorites coming in strong.
Yeah, the favorites coming in strong. Moving on to Cliff. This could indeed be a quick match for no timing if Cliff does not go their way. But so far it seems like Motivacja, they're not 100% on point, because I feel like this round they should have won a lot more convincingly with that mid push. But they still managed to hold on.
They managed to hold on indeed, and I mean, no timing. They did play with double EBR, and if you have none, then it's like incredibly difficult to counter push against this and not lose a whole bunch of HP in the process. But I think they did it quite well. There was obviously the overextension coming out by Shelby as well, and yeah, Esidarab up here with a good another kill for him. But as the clock ticks down towards 0 seconds. We do know that it did not matter. It is going to be 2-0. We're going to be headed to Cliff, and yeah, no timing. I mean, round number 1, Motivacja always seemed a step ahead, and honestly, this second round, same thing.
I think no timing was indeed banking on the hill push. They saw a 907, I think they saw a few I7s, so they were like, there might be a follow-up of more tanks of 907s to clear the hill. We take that as an opportunity to push over middle. Bit of a surprise. Probably was a surprise for Motivacja as well when they saw so many free tanks come over the mid, but
yeah, in the end, what were they pushing into? Triple 60 TP, and that is exactly the tanks that Motivacja want to get pushed up on, right? They do have a big alpha, so they immediately start punishing. Then, yes, they have the long reload, but if you don't focus them out quickly enough, which can be quite difficult frontally, meaning you need to actually flank them, then they start reloading, and all of a sudden you get that 750 alpha bomb dropped upon you again and again and again. So you need to commit in, at which point your tanks start becoming very, very squishy, especially if the mobile lineup with the 907s is just able to pounce upon that push, just able to get you to your sides, to your backs of your tanks. And yeah, Motivacja probably pleasantly surprised by the push coming out from no timing. And now we are headed for Cliff. I mean, Cliff is very, very dicey. But then again, Cliff also is one of those maps where individual player skill is incredibly important, but at the same time, also the calls. And so far, it felt like the calls just Motivacja one step ahead.
Well, I mean, Cliff is also the kind of game or map where you can actually lose in the first 10 seconds of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the enemy opening is just better.
Yeah.
It's not always possible to counter everything. If you play to counter everything, you'll never play a single round.
I mean, essentially, you need to study what the enemy team was playing before, and then you need to hope that they didn't switch it up too much towards what you're playing now. Or, I mean, that is really where the mind games do begin. There is little to be said, except like the initial split needs to be good, and after that the calls need to be on point, and after that the individual plays need to be on point. I feel like Cliff is one of the maps that really shows what a team is made out of when they clash against each other in the middle. Like, even inferior numbers, sometimes they make it seem like they have more tanks, and then the opposing side has to draw back, and then all of a sudden the tanks are in worse positions because they intuitively, of course, pulled back. But what you actually need to do is you need to aggress in the middle, you need to take the hold down positions for yourself, and then you're in the good spots. But if a team is not convinced of themselves, then that just doesn't happen, right? Then the S key is just closer than the W key to yourself, and that's the one you end up pressing instead. So, altogether, I think no timing. They do have a good chance here on Cliff. Motivatia are not going to be making it easy, and the way that Proco has been going, this might be kind of a short match, actually.
Yeah, but you said it earlier, these teams still have a safety net, which is something not to be underestimated. It's also a very mental thing. You don't play quite as on the edge as when you are in the lower bracket facing tournament elimination. One of these two teams is going to face it in their next match, though. And the way that things are looking like right now, no timing is really wanting to go there.
Well, maybe not wanting, but they're certainly headed that way. Motivatia just too strong currently, but maybe Proco just wasn't their map. Maybe a Cliff is what they were waiting for all this time. So no timing now, trying to put the first one on the board, and they are doing so with 5 907s, double CS63. We have double 50B and 6 BZ75s.
6 BZ75s versus a 5 BZ75s from Motivatia with triple 50B and then 7 CS63s.
I am quite surprised that we do have no 260s at all in either lineup. That being said, I think both lineups pretty light. That is a surprising amount of mediums for me. But we'll see how all of this is going to play out. As split-wise, we see for Motivatia the double B going towards the lower side together with the CS63. They'll be able to clip out on towards the middle of the map where possibly players are going to be trying to get on towards the hill. And for NTMG, kind of the same split, except the CS on the lower side is replaced by a 907. Now, we do see the 907s for NTMG directly crossing over towards Donut, and Aka together with Tilto and Brainbreaker are going to start driving up here. Tilto taking a lot of damage, but that is going to be the hill for now for Motivatia, and Saisa doesn't make it up, meaning Motivatia with the complete hill control. They did bleed somewhat for it, but there was punishment coming out as well by Moti.
Yeah, and Moti still has those double 50Bs on the lower side, which are absolutely deleting a tank going up. Shelby gets tracked, gets help, not much more damage is going to be coming out, but there's already CS63s around the hill for Motivatia as well, and no timing here really trying to take this hill, but max 1 BZ is going to make it there, and not even sure how much HP he's going to have, because those CSs from behind the hill are really putting the work onto those BZs, and now no timing is in a situation. What did they do? They can't drive on the hill. Trash Panda and Shelby are going to get peeked here by Aka and Tiltawar as well, and all these tanks are just going to die under the hill, and no timing is still attacking. This is perfect for Motivatia. They're very happy with this.
Yeah, absolutely. No timing, getting picked apart by Motivatia here currently. Those CSs around the hill just making it impossible for the BZs of no timing to stay safe here. Anyhow, Love and Vladislav are going to cross over here on that EFG position to try and pick off that singular CS63, but he has so much help by those BZs that are punishing the cross. Now finally the middle push coming over by NTMG. They need to do something to stay in this game, but Motivatia, they do have crossfire. They're able to eliminate a lot more guns. That being said though, the HP very close right now, and there are those tanks by Motivatia on the hill that are able to put in the DPM, but they're not contributing to the HP pool.
No, but all they have to do is stay alive on the hill and shoot down. They can let the entire lower side die, basically, as long as they keep a few tanks alive, take back the 2-line, which they're doing now with the 50Bs from Motivatia. They're coming back in. They clean up 1-2 line. And yeah, they were close in the HP department for a while, but hill is unbeatable in this scenario. Even when you kill the lower side, you end up with just the fact that, well, you can't beat the hill.
Exactly, and now Lakiner here, not sure how much reload he has left, but as soon as that's going to be done, the 907 is going to be done for as well. Positive coming in towards the middle, he is reloaded, he kills Depressed and his 50B brother as well. And now SC.up getting double teamed by Lakiner, and Little is going to bite the dust as well, leaving only Saisa alive in that singular CS63, and Motivatia not missing a beat here in Cliff. Round number 1, it's going to be match point 3-0. We are looking at a clean sweep.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a recovery for no timing in this one. Again, opening wise, Motivatia far ahead. They take the hill immediately with some CSs, and then you try the retake, but they're just 50B shooting at you from the lower side. CSs around the hill. Opening for opening, Motivatia was so far ahead after the first 30 seconds. It's a miracle they came that close.
And I think the 50Bs from the lower side for Motivatia didn't even have perfect shooting. Like, it seemed like a lot of the shots went maybe far or into the tracks of the BZ, etc. So the punishment onto the BZs going up the hill could have even been more brutal, which is, yeah, very, very scary when you think about it.
Yeah, they didn't even shoot that well. It could have been a lot more. Damage-wise, I mean... nothing really stand out. It's almost impossible to have a standout in this kind of battle.
Yeah. It just comes to see that if you get killed first, then you don't get a lot of opportunities to deal damage. But what interests me actually are the shooting and pen rates of the 50Bs, because I think those were far from perfect from the lower side. All right, one of them 986.
Positive was on the upper side. It was Little. That's the second 50B that was lower.
12, 10, 9. Actually, like,
It
could be better,
depends when.
could be worse,
It depends when those 3 shells were missed, right?
Yeah. And I think the shells were missed when the BZs started going up. I think the BZ could have just exploded there, because there is one CS that gets one, at least maybe 2 shots in as well. So yeah, there is the possibility of one of the BZs just getting evaporated, and all of a sudden you have one BZ against triple CS on the hill plus double CS around the hill. A lot of your tanks are out of position at the donut or in the middle, where they cannot really do anything, because if they try to repush the CSs that are around the hill, all of a sudden fire rains down from the hill upon you. So I do agree with you. The opening by Motivatia just a flat out beating what no timing was doing. English is hard today.
Yeah, apparently so. Apparently so. Mark Schmidt was also playing in one of the battles. I noticed, Jan, instead of marksmanship. It's your inner German. He's trying to break free, bro. You've been away from the motherland for too long. When's the last time you had a currywurst, huh?
I think... it pains me to admit, but last year, August at Gamescom.
Oh, wow. That's it. Wow. No wonder he's trying to break free. No wonder. Some things are not meant to be caged, Gihand.
No, definitely not. Now, however, what so far has been kept in a cage, and that is the winning rounds for no timing. I think we need to unleash that animal. We need to let that dog out. I'm not sure that no timing is going to be able to do that, because so far, I mean, Motivatia has just straight up looked like the better team, like the better individual players, like the better tactics, like the better calls. Maybe it will change now. No timing, with their backs against the wall in the first match here in the upper bracket, and they're trying to do it all with double B. We have what seems like 5 907s, a double CS, and the rest is going to be 6 BZ75s.
Motivatia, on the other hand, bring in 6 BZs of their own, an IS-7, 4 CSs, double 60p, and double 50B. The double 60p is an interesting pick on Cliff. You don't see that very often. They're usually played around the 4-5 line in those big old 60Ps, and they are also being boosted by BZs.
Yeah, I said, and Nico Heinz lending their heavy 60TP bros a little hand here as we see the split by NTMG. 1907 lower side for spotting and everyone else into the middle of the map. We see Aka taking one shot by the 907 on the lower side, and also the 907 does see everyone. So Vladislav with a good shot here as Saisa and Rambo are going to be proxying each other, are going to be exchanging a shot. Rated trying to come through, and in come the BZs in towards the middle.
Yeah, now No Timing is crossing over with triple 907 facing off against triple CS. That's kind of an even fight. 907 does have the DPM advantage, but there is double 50B from Motivacja looming in the shadows, waiting to repush of their own to get these 907s out of the fight on the 2-line, and that is going to be hyper important. HP already so much in favor of Motivacja. Middle is even, and here come the 50Bs from behind. Positive and Lakiner together with the triple CX63, which is even joined by an I7. Say thank you very much, No Timing, for committing those 907s. We will take it, we will bleed it, we will kill it, and then we will win this whole matchup. Again, initials from Motivacja far ahead of No Timing, which is just really sticking true to their name for so far in this match. They'll get another opportunity later on, but they got rocked and rolled by Motivacja, which came swinging today.
Yeah, absolutely. Motivacja coming into this match and rocking it. 1, 2, 3, and 4-0 is going to be the final scoreline. Just absolutely on point, beating NTMG in every regard possible here. Just cleaning, wiping the floor with that team of No Timing. Yes, they're gonna be having a chance in the lower bracket here, but it was just scary how easy Motivacja made it seem against a team of No Timing that did absolutely not catch a break. No Timing here. 4-0, not a single thing to say. And Motivacja, they are going to be heading towards the popcorn machines, as that was their last match for the day. They're going to be waiting in the upper bracket finals for what's going to be happening in the match that is going to come. But first of all, congratulations for an absolutely stellar performance. Wow.
Amazing stuff from Motivacja. Today they seemed on point, always a step ahead of No Timing along the way. Openings always better. Not a single round really came down to player skill. I think the tactics from Moti were superior in every regard. And for a team that said that they were just going to be free roaming, that was a pretty good match.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes there is the possibility to train too much, if you know what I mean. Obviously, not training can hurt you as well. But for them, it seems to work out. Absolutely. That was just, yeah, crazy what they showed us here. And it's also kind of a scary prospect when it comes towards the other teams. Like, they will have obviously watched this. And were there any weaknesses that you would have picked out in that? What Motivacja did here, because that is like what the other teams are going to be thinking about.
This last round is super dangerous. If you play against a team that splits 1-2 in middle, I think you instantly lose, because you have to re-push back across with 60Ps that are being boosted by BZs. That's already 4 slower tanks. I think it's really high risk, high reward from Moti, but there's so many splits that beat what they did. It works great against a team going 14 tanks middle though, which is exactly what No Timing did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that 50B of No Timing, I mean, it wouldn't have changed anything if we would have, like, connected his shots, but 4-3-0 is obviously not where you want to be with that 50B. Not the best result for him. But all in all, it was just the tactics, the splits coming out by Motivacja that seemed unbeatable, at least for the team of No Timing.
Yeah, but it's okay. No Timing still has another chance. That's the beauty of coming through the upper bracket, right? They move towards the lower bracket, and respectfully, I think they will win their match there. So for them, it's just a setback. really have to think about how to play against Motivacija, because that wasn't it. But looking at the bright side, Kihan, we get to see an absolute stunner of a match quicker.
That indeed. The next match that's going to be upcoming is, I believe, what was the grand final some Clan Showdowns ago. It is going to be Invil against W. And that is obviously going to be an absolute treat to watch. So it's going to be the Polish boys led by their captain of Monster against an international team of W led by Frugo. Also a Polish player, some calling him the Polish Diamond. What did you predict there?
I'm pretty sure I predicted Invil to win.
Same.
You know, Kihan, there's a lot more diamonds closer to the Earth's core, I think. I was told once in school. And I feel like W's diamonds are kind of over there. You know, we've been digging and digging, but even the Seven Dwarfs wouldn't be able to find this diamonds.
So you're saying they're down in the mud already, man. The match hasn't even started, and we are there already. But yeah, crazy. 4-0, and it's like, for us in real time, it's not even 5 p.m. yet. I think that was one of the quickest matches we've ever seen in Clan Showdown. That all being said and done, though, I think that's quite enough for the two of us. When we're going to be back, you are going to be taking on this banger of an upcoming match with Tiger. So see you soon after some replays.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Clan Showdown. I've replaced Keyhand with a better looking Tiger, gameplay expert. Can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Well, I hope to give some expert analysis, and hello to everyone on the stream. I'm glad to be here. And what a banger of a match we've just witnessed. Motivatia absolutely rolling over, no timing.
Yeah, Motivatia just far ahead in the tactical department. I felt like every game just ahead in openings. But now a team that you should know pretty well, Tiger, W and Invil against each other. I mean, especially W you should know well.
Yeah, some very familiar names. I believe everyone on stream can relate to some of these players. They have been frequently on stream, in stream playoffs for the last 3 or 4 years at least.
Yeah, but the biggest takeaway with this team is what they haven't done, Tiger.
Oh, what is that?
Winning.
I don't know. I believe they've been on match point against Invil at least 12 times already, like for 12 games.
I mean, you can be on match point against Invil as much as you want to. If you don't win, that's all people will remember, right?
Yeah, of course. Oh, I do not agree with the community predictions here. W has a much better than 30% chance.
Yeah, it seems like last tournament W added Barbarian, right? That seemed to have helped them a bit, at least against Invil. Not the whole way just yet.
It was very close to being the whole way.
You know, close participates in every race.
True, but I believe that dedication will pay off someday, and I believe that this is the tournament.
Someday, 20 years from now, Frugo comes on TeamSpeak to discuss tactics with the Barbarian. Today is the day we beat Invil. Piotr played from the retirement home together with Monster, putting up another strong challenge. Map
But
pick
look
and
at this
bans?
map.
I like this ban, personally.
I like the ban from W, and I like their pick as well, with the Invo changing from Live Oaks being their permaban, which it has been the case for a very long time.
Yeah, but they also got rolled by W on Fisherman's Bay quite hard last tournament. So potentially they find Live Oaks less of an issue than Fisherman's Bay nowadays?
I mean, last finals of the last Clan Showdown, they did manage to beat W 2-0 on the Live Oaks pick, so maybe they want to repeat
Those
this.
were some interesting rounds, though. Thinking back at them, there was W up like 7,000 HP and
Yes.
then losing terribly slowly because two groups across the map unable to support each other. And slowly, it was sad. It was very sad. And they really liked
Well-
that double hurry, which is like, it is really bad at repushing.
I don't think it's sad if you're an Invo fan, though, so...
Well, there's plenty of those as well. But yeah, Live Oaks, it's interesting with the rework that happened. I don't know how long ago it is now.
Quite some time, maybe 2 tournaments ago.
Yeah, about a year, 6 months to a year, I think.
Yeah.
Something like this. When they reworked the one line and the south side as well.
Yes, of course. The city is now easier to hold as a defender, so that may play a role in our games. I've been told that W does have something cooked up, so...
Bro, they always
I'm
have
very
something
eager
cooked. Every tournament they have something cooked up, dude. I wish they would cook up a win instead of cooking up strats.
Last tournament they did cook up a Karelia camp break, and it did work perfectly, so... I want to see this repeat itself.
Yeah, and then everybody wanted it gone, because they can't camp anymore. They're too afraid of W.
I would be afraid of W.
I don't know. I know if they get to match point, they're not winning anyway, so what do I have to be afraid of?
Wow.
But the Himmels ban is a really good one for them, though, because
Yes, the
by
Himmels
God,
ban
they were
was-
awful on it.
It's not their strongest map in...
Didn't they lose
the
2
recent
tiebreakers on
tournaments.
it in the last tournament?
I think so.
I'm pretty sure. Was it twice against Invil as well that they lost a tiebreaker on Himmels?
That I'm not sure about, but W has had multiple memorable Himmelsdorf losses in the past.
I mean, I wonder what kind of meta we'll see on Live Oaks from both these teams. I don't think we'll get the standard of the standard where one team goes city and the other team just sits back. I think that's too unlikely for these teams. Wow, nice fan. Nice fan, dude.
I believe that W gets to tiebreaker. Let's put it this way.
Wow, bro. What a fan you are. Isn't Magical in there, you know? Your
Yes.
BFF?
Yes, he is.
What about Attila and Ali and a few others?
Attila not in this tournament.
No.
Attila's been busy.
Loyalty means nothing to Tiger.
No, I've discussed this is Magic.
Ah, you told him that you're gonna vote against him.
Yes.
I don't know if that makes it better or worse. You think that makes it better? You know, if you tell your friend, like, hey, you know what? We're really good friends, but I'm still gonna just predict for the other guy.
I mean, I do want to be to have closer prediction results than you and Keyhand, so into the lineups.
Starting with W though, Tiger. 705A, a CS63. No, that's actually Envil's lineup. 705A, a CS63, 907, and a Hori, an EBR, a 279, 260, 97, and 4 60Ps.
And W, on the other hand, no EBRs, 1 STRV, 1 Hori, that is triple CS, and the rest IS7s.
Yeah, so
Oh
like
my.
10 IS7s.
Yes.
It's really easy, Tiger. The way you read the lineups is the one that sticks out is 8, and the other one's 7, so you
I
can
know.
count really easily.
Yeah, I was figuring that out.
Tips and tricks on how to read lineups. So, split-wise, are these IS7s going to go straight under from W? Or they're just holding SC7?
They're just holding for now?
Waiting for a timing, perhaps? STRV going middle to spots? Yeah, that
Okay.
works at the house. People have put 1-to-1 Bs there and stuff in the past.
Oh yeah, of course, with low noise. And now the IS7s are taken under.
Yeah, it's,
I guess
it's a timing
they were
play.
waiting for some south control from their other vehicles.
Yeah, and they're going really, really quickly in the south. The question is, though, you have Ketsa there at the building, and it's 907. Spots out these 907s, how much damage, these ISNs, how much damage will be done? Chucky, they're getting volleyed on the
Chucky?
move by those tanks. The W actually has potential here, Tiger, because
Yes.
Ketsa getting spotted out. He's getting
Ketsa
blasted.
will get cleared.
He should get cleared 100%. And Invil trailing right now. They are trying to get back to B4, but I don't know if that's going to be quick enough, as Frugo is going straight across the bridge with the CS63 behind him. It looks a bit
They're not
funny,
stopping.
but they shouldn't stop anyways. They have enough to clear the backline tanks.
And like this, when you're behind them, the tanks are surrounded, though, so there's no point in stopping.
Yeah, and immediately though, Invil repushing the IS7s that are under at F3. They want to clean that up at least, but the
But
reaction...
that's why you have the STRV. You have the STRV to trade on that, and the Hori as well.
But they have to though. They have to do something here. Just letting those IS7s sit there is disaster for Invil. I will say I think they were very slow on the south, just sitting there allowing themselves to get pushed like this. They are also attacking. Like Invil is attacking. A-line is pretty open though. That is the only downside I see here for the side of Invil. But down HP, down tanks, Tiger. Not sure.
Yeah. I mean, Invo is trying desperately to hold on to their base with Monster in his Hori. And the only thing holding W base is what, one IS7, I guess?
Yeah.
And the Hori. But that's,
I mean, they're pushing
but
across
W,
though, still.
They are pushing across, but W is also not letting go of their namesake and the W key, and is clearing out the H1 pocket.
I mean, they have the tanks for this though. YOLO will die, Splatty might die as well, but Gotcha Baby's gonna get smashed. Oh, into the Hori. That hurts. I mean, the I7, I think really using Grousers as well for ultimate speed. So this is a good move.
Boosted by SCS.
Boosted by SCS, using the speed. And I think that's a good move from W though, realizing that they can clean out this pocket of resistance. And the biggest part about that is that they can also enable the cap now, right? The CS63 can
Yes,
start
of
capping.
course. Piotr? Okay.
He's taking Ali for a journey. Ali's probably smashing his desk at this moment in time. But he's gonna fall, but it's still getting close-ish. But
It's close-ish on HP as well.
I mean, depends what equipment White Rock has, right? If White Rock is rocking like a low noise exhaust or something, he could sit on the back of the cap and not get spotted by this 60p. Invil now starting the cap themselves, Splatty coming on it. Itox going for Franek, trying to deny the
Itox
spots.
needs to block the cap. He needs to cover it.
Yeah, but Hannes is also going to go for the kill on Franek, and that's good from W, making sure that there's no spot coming out. Triple cap pressure now as well, and W indeed sticking true to their name. Tisek, the only one potentially able to reset, but even that is not going to be enough. Coming in on Live Oaks, very strong, very quickly hitting Invil with a sucker punch, picking up the first round on their defense, of course. That was really good from W.
That was exciting and dynamic. I liked it a lot.
The 907 at the building, I think this only works in combination with a lot of things behind
To trade people going under.
Yeah, I think it only works if you're gonna kill like at least one or two of them, because then the 907 just shoots, and he dies, but you kill everything going under, so you don't really have like to worry about that pocket. Like if you have a lot of things close, you delete one, the second one is low HP, then you repush, and then you're probably okay. But just 907 at a building with like one tank behind.
But you also have to keep in mind, nowadays it's triple IS-7 going there. It's not the easiest tanks to kill.
It was triple 260 and IS-7s in the past as well. If you aim, you kill them.
260s are easier to deal with.
I think the biggest issue for Invil is that they have the EBR spotting north, and that they are too pushed up in the south.
Yeah.
You cannot be that far
The
advanced.
double 260 and 279.
Yeah, you kind of have to instantly rotate back, and then you give up the 279, because he probably doesn't make it back unless you're really quick on the rotation. But there's no reason why the 260 should die there.
Especially if you have EBR to gather information. Yeah.
Yeah, I would almost rather have the EBR spot. Like, what do you think? Against this lineup from W, I feel like I'd almost rather have the EBR spot right side than spotting left. Because left spot is always a bit late. Because they need to drive first towards the city. While on the right, if you go towards the bush, you see those I7s and CSs.
And you also have to keep in mind that some of the IS-7s were not even going under, so they were just driving straight over the railroad.
Yeah, they will be spotted so early. You will 100% have time for the 260 then to go back. And then, potentially, you have a different game on your hands.
I mean, with W bleeding maybe, 2,000-3,000 HP more on the initial push, it might have been the difference.
Yeah, well, the 260s can make it to K1, they can even make it back to the dip. If you're able to push out A-line, like they did, and repush the I-7s at the same time, potential.
There is potential, but it was not to be. Invil was caught a little bit off guard, maybe. Maybe still waking up.
Yeah, a bit slow, I'd say. Getting caught by like hyper aggression.
I mean, but this is just what W needed to start off strong with a prepared strategy that works. And now let's see if they can carry on the momentum.
I mean, the good thing what I will say from W is the way they waited with their I7s instead of going straight, hitting the near perfect timing.
Yeah, so it was not just disjointed, the two pushes.
The only thing I didn't like is that they didn't have really anything farming. Like the SCRV wasn't really farming this repush that much because he doesn't have the greatest position in the water, you know? And Ohori is, well, it's Ohori, right? It does alpha, but, you know, like something like an SCRV, Leo, 1-1B, something that really farms this repush, they didn't really have that.
Yeah, but the Hori has other benefits, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they needed that many tanks south. They had a lot of tanks south. I think there was some I-7 sniping as well, but you know how the I-7 gun is on range.
Well, it sometimes hits, sometimes it doesn't.
I'd say more often than not, you're not hitting on the 60 TP at range, even if he's like turning his turret.
Yeah.
The joys of I-7.
Well, it's got other virtues.
Yeah, it's fast.
It's fast, it has armor, and, well...
It's fast and it has a good turret.
Yeah, that's all you need. Honestly, it's a perfect tank for me. It's it doesn't shoot very often, so I don't need to engage my aim that often. I love it.
Yeah, but like in the counter to that is a tank that doesn't shoot very often. Aim is more important than, for example, an SCRV, you know?
True. But for the next game, the lineup of W, a Manticore, double Hori, 1 CS, double 260, triple IS-7, 1 E100, and quintuple 60 TP.
And
that is an attack.
Yeah, well, Invil on the other hand, EBR, CS, double E5, double 705A, double 260, triple IS-7 and 4 60Ps. I quite like the 705A on this map. I think it can work really nicely.
It's a good tank for competitive gameplay, but I personally very much dislike it in every aspect.
Oh, it's a good thing. I hate playing it though. Yeah.
Yeah.
The gun is absolutely annoying. So the Mantis going here. Benefits to this.
He spots the water.
Yeah, but
Kind of passive play, but
I mean, Piotr is booking it by himself. That's crazy aggressive from Piotr. That's
and Frugo got boosted by White Rock and is now going safe. Okay.
I think now W is a little bit confused. You can see by Frugo's pathing that he doesn't really know.
He does not realize.
He doesn't really know what to do at this moment in time, right? You can see that. I think this is time for Whitey to cut his losses.
Yeah, Whitey should have run already, to be honest.
But look at all these tanks in the south from W. They're trailing. They're trailing a lot. Frugo takes another massive pan there. Now White Rock is running, but this has already been a little bit too late because Invil's taken over the full city. He's going to try and boost Frugo, but no, he should just cut his losses. And some trap in the south from W not working out whatsoever. Monster does take a lot of damage on his IS-7, but
Now the south gets pushed, but Invil will be able to run on time and hold it.
Invil is able to go under as well normally at the same time. Start pincering these tanks of Itox and Splatty. And rotate back on time. Monster even makes it out. I mean, yeah, he's low HP. He's 1.1k HP, but he survives. He will go sit at F0 and force a push on him. Invil now rotating, actually not opting to go under, Tiger.
Yeah, well, they're opting to establish, I guess, and create map control. But okay, what W wants to do now is go under themselves, so that Invo cannot play the D3, D4 position easily.
They will have that. I think that's a big issue for Invil. When the map, it's kind of like in a random battle. When the enemy team takes under, you start losing.
Now Invo is kind of being split into two groups with the A-line rotation. Like if W can establish a constant spot on the A-line crossing,
it's not that hard even to do. They're trying to repush 9-0 line themselves though. Double to 60, double IS-7. They don't have the numbers for this.
why is Hannes still in the middle? Couldn't he be the one?
He doesn't have to be in the middle anymore. He doesn't really spot anything anymore from that point either. This move, I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I disagree with this move.
There's nobody to trade for Ketsai over Pekin either. Not much.
I think the biggest issue is that they've given up the building, and now though, I think Envil realizes that this is maybe not the push they want to go for. They're still going to try and make it happen though. On towards Lip, on towards that IS-7. DJ absolutely getting deleted instantly. They still committed on this, seeing the numbers.
One shot as well.
Yeah, but seeing the numbers, they're going to lose 4 tanks for this little repush. DJ, Rexar, Monster, and Chucky. T-Sec will make it back with Mentos, but that was weird from Envil.
You know why the double 260 went closer from W? So that they might have been afraid of Invo just over-peaking the rails and blasting the 260s.
It's such a bad peak though. That's a horrendous peak if they would have gone for that. And Ignite coming out, Ketsai will probably fall for this little push as well on towards Scatter, because there's still a lot of tanks on the outside. Invil's now grouping up on the 2 line to try and overpush it. Scatter is going to live though, because he's moving towards the outside. Good play by him there, anticipating the 60Ps over-peaking, but he still dies nonetheless, and it's all over the place.
As W is just pushing down the 0 line and establishing their control over the Invo's base.
Now it's base for base though. Can Invil actually kill those tanks at E2, E3 properly? It doesn't look like they can just dig through the HP that's there. That's triple 60p and an E100.
E100 with an IS-7 further back. Frugo, who did make it out alive. And Fly's coming back to cover as well.
I mean, they cannot kill this. Without under, this is an impossible push. Which is amazing for W. Actually amazing for W. They looked a bit confused in the beginning of the game. But now, far ahead, I think...
Could it have all been a bait by Frugo?
A bait? Bad bait.
Maybe taking a little more damage than intended, but...
That's a great bait, to be honest. I think the good thing for them is that Invil slowed down on 1-2 line.
I mean, it looked like Invil was unsure for certain point in time.
But then
as
they
well.
spotted the south though. Like the monsters started getting repushed, so they knew.
Yeah. But then their reaction was for some reason to rotate back to zero line and try to repush that.
I mean, it is hard
Instead
to overpush 1-2 though. I mean, if they kept going from the beginning as aggressive as Piotr went, they would have cleaned up everything, I think, in the process.
I think yes, if they did not give up the timing and took under as well, then it could have been very different.
See, there's a mistake. You don't take under. When you do that, you don't take under.
You just roll over?
Yeah, you don't go under
Okay.
because it's very tempting to go under, right? If you keep pushing 1-2, like they could have done, but those tanks don't contribute enough for them to be worth dying because they die to 9-1, like the 260s or whatever goes under. From the other side, just kills them. You just go over in a group and you keep going down. And as long as you have something B5, B6, those tanks that are there where Cliff is, they're not an issue. They just die.
Okay.
But for Invil,
This is uncharacteristic. Invo losing out on some momentum or on the quickness of a decision.
I mean, mainly this rotation to 9-0 line and this push down 0 line was really, really weird. They knew that they had even numbers at best. At best, they had even numbers.
Because Monster did give the info on every tank. That
Yeah, I
was
mean,
on
they
the zero
they
line.
saw 260s going under. Like they knew that there was gonna be a fight there. Like let's say they have one extra gun. Let's say they thought there was 3 there. One extra gun, they still don't win that.
Maybe, I don't know what they were expecting to happen. Maybe that there would be more 260s going under, or that W would be unprepared for a zero line repush.
I mean, when you're still pushed up at E2, though, you can have everybody in rotating range. What's the next map? You remember?
Next map, I have it open. It's Cliff.
Okay, that's good for W though, because sorry, that's good for Invil. I just think that a lot of cliffs that W plays are too complicated for their own good.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. My prediction was a 1-1 Cliff split. Cliff split.
I mean, 1-1 would be great for you now. No, actually, it wouldn't be because you didn't even predict for them.
No, I predicted that W would be 2-0 up after Live Oaks, 1-1 after Cliff.
And then
Yes, and then
okay, so you have no faith in them to close it.
I have absolute faith in them to close it in the grand finals of the tournament.
Okay. Moving the goalposts, I see. But for W, 2-0 here, not bad. Not bad altogether.
It inspires them with confidence.
I still don't like the Manti position though. It really doesn't spot much from there.
I don't like the fact that Hannes might have stayed there for too long.
That too. The only thing you're really spotting is like straight commitments into the water because you barely see under the bridge, and straight commitments under from the left as well. I mean, maybe they were afraid of tanks going. I don't know, but definitely later on he could have moved though. He was kind of AFK, just like every light in my random battles.
But I mean, he looked at the situation and realized that he didn't need to do anything. The game would be won without him. He could go grab a coffee, grab some snacks, get ready for Cliff.
Get ready for Cliff, yes. Very true. He did get ready for Cliff. Fly in the hurry, doing very well. Popping off. Franak though, 7k in his E5. Not quite enough to bring his team across the finish line though.
Well, sometimes you just can't do enough.
This is a very good remark from Twitch Shadow. They should have put scatter on the Manticore. He has so many rounds of experience on it.
Oh, yes. Did he make it to 100%?
Yeah, he did. He did.
Oh. Oh.
He finally got the run after like, I don't know, 1,000+ games.
Oh. After 1,000+ games of gathering experience.
Gathering
Invaluable.
experience. Invaluable experience. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. I don't think I could last 1,000 Manticore games though. Too like you know, reliant on your teammates.
How many did it take you?
I didn't finish it.
Oh.
I played like 500 games, went to like 96, 97, and then I was like, that's enough. I'm not really a light player, Tiger.
Oh, I'm not either. Well, I am if it's a damage dealing light.
That's a bit different then. Cliff though, and then more of a that's why you predicted 2-0 for Invalid bro. There was this point where W was a really good Moravanka team. I think when the meta just changed, right? But, you know, right, like right after the 279 and Chief Nerves, they were a really good Moravanka team. Maybe also because they were the first one to bring that many 60Ps to Moro. But indeed, after it has kind of dropped off.
Well, we'll see if they can come back this time. But we are not there yet. Maybe they close it out on Cliff. Imagine a 4-0 for W in the upper bracket.
Oh, big dreams, Tiger. Big dreams. I mean, if W wins, my prediction on the World Tanks channel wins though, because I predicted for them. So then I get a lot of points back. So I'll be okay with that.
Nice. Cashback gamer. Nice.
Yeah, well, I vote for Infill on the predictions, and I vote for W in the community predictions. It's playing both sides.
Yeah. It's like betting against the team you support. If they win, you're happy. If they lose, at least you get some...
That's one way to look at it. I'm not sure if they look at it the same way, though.
They all have a great sense of humor.
Really? Since when? Is this like a new edition?
I mean, Magic can always look on the bright side, same as Frugo. Frugo never takes a defeat very personally, he always uses it as an opportunity to improve.
That's an interesting cope, because W doesn't actually have Frugo in the lineup for this one. They have a 907, 5 CSs, a 260, a BZ, and the rest being 6 IS7s.
And Invil, on the other hand, with a double Foch B, triple CS 63, triple BZ 75, and that makes what?
8. No, 7.
8. 7 IS7s. On Cliff, what are you pushing with 7 IS7s on Cliff? Lower?
1-2 middle. The IS7s are kind of a replacement for the 260, because when you swing back into a 260 with an IS7 and you ram him, you do one.
It's very painful.
You do 1k, you receive 400. So it's that's why kind of it has been a replacement. But Invil, though, 13 tanks up. W in return is sending a tremendous amount of tanks towards the lower side. Danny there in his CS63 driving into...
He is...
No
on
man,
a trip,
he's going on a trip.
And he found double Foch B.
I mean,
I'm not sure he likes
He's
this.
gonna live for it though, but Splady now trying to cross over in the IS7. If he gets tracked, he gets health, that would be huge, but the Foch B is missing quite a bit too many shots. Ketsai dropped towards the one shot, but look at this, the repush coming back across Invil with those IS7s. You were asking where are they going? Well, I can tell you they're going straight back into 1-2. Orchek leading the charge, and Invil already trailing a few thousands of HP though. Orchek dropped towards 900 HP, but now they're gonna push back towards the lower side. But so far for
they're pushing
Invil,
into a crossfire from W.
yeah, they are pushing into a crossfire, but the question is, can they clean up the lower side of the map? Can they clean up Clorf, External, Danny, and Lip, and keep their crossfire alive? Because W has been forced to repush themselves, and so far, it's looking so good for W.
It's looking amazing. W has been able to hold on to the upper side, with Invil still 5 vehicles stuck behind this corner. Yes, doing the damage, but not very much sharing the HP.
Now the Foch Bs are coming back in though. Ketsai and Marcel trying to make something happen for the team, and that HP lead for W is dropping. It's dropping below. Their repush themselves was not that good. Monster is still doing a lot of damage in his CS63, and also that CS63 from the middle.
63 on the
I think that's Disek. Yeah, he is farming for this. Bart is going to go for Monster, but that is also a risky play because he's already taken 1-2 shots, and the CS from the hill can also shoot him. So if Disek helps a little bit there, potentially Invil could come back into this one, but as the dust settles,
the lower side,
yeah,
they still have a full HP 50B. Fly needs to come off reload and join in.
If Itox gets a nice roll, ooh, Fly dies. Fly just explodes basically.
Oh,
Very playable for Invil. Very playable. You talked about sharing HP. We see a big issue here. YOLO external. Very, very healthy. Another ignite from T-Sec though comes in onto one of the tanks from W, who are really struggling to kill Rexar by the looks of things. External doesn't do it either. YOLO now has to do it, but he dies to Monster. Rexar yet still alive and kicking. Itox now trying to pick up the pieces, and W falling apart, Tiger, in the end game, and with pen ratios as well, I think, because they stayed alive for so long. Blow up from Mentos? What?
I think. I don't know. Fly was full HP. How does a 2.5 HP KHP 50p just die?
I was looking at the alerts on the above the minimap. Maybe they're a bit delayed. Could be.
Could be.
Yeah, they're. It seems like they're a bit delayed. That would explain. Maybe we can see the 50B at some point and see if his turret did blow up, because that would be huge. That would be a difference maker in this kind of game. It's over. Like, it's absolutely over. Invil is defending.
Invil has all the positions. They're defending. W cannot move from here.
W's repush onto the south corner was a disaster.
Rexar is still alive. They pushed with, I think, 7 versus 5. And
I don't know how much it was, but it was a disaster.
okay, External is trying to do something now, but
it's over. They should start talking about the next round already. Also, Danny's move in the beginning of the game, costing half HP. You don't like to see that either. It matters. Like, of course it matters, right?
maybe it was a call to see if they had more tanks coming lower or something. I don't know.
Bro, he drove into the rock. I don't know.
No, but he drove all the way to F2.
Yeah,
so...
but he drove against the rock first and then drove towards F2. And then found double push B. I mean...
Unfortunate.
Quite. T-Sec is hunting though. Katsai finds the shot on External. External finds the kill. But Mental System on the base as well. T-Sec finds Hannes. That leaves just External and Itox.
Itox is dead. And there goes External.
Maybe swapping Frugal out was not the solution. They were in driving seat, you were right. When the repush happened initially from Infill, they were up a few thousand HP. Infill has to clear the lower side, but then W's own repush was very badly executed. And
I guess they realized they couldn't, or they thought they couldn't give up the upper side, so the call was to push around the corner, but that put them right in the crossfire of the Monster and T-Sec in the double CS63.
But also Bart pushing into Monster is just a bad play. Pushing across towards the rock and helping his team to shoot the Rexar, right, is a better play, because afterwards you can just stare at Monster and he can't peek anymore. Yeah. But now he pushed into Monster, and what do you get for that?
Well, you get a dead CS63 from the side of W.
Yeah, but you just get back shot from the middle. And
let's see how many shots.
Fly, hits received, 2. Amarak into a blow up.
Yep. That is a difference maker.
Yes, it can be. In this kind of game, it definitely could be. But keeping into consideration, though, Mentos, Monster, T-Sec, those CS63s did remarkable for Invel. The 3 of them. T-Sec from the mid, pretty uncontested, though. Gotta say it.
Monster from the rock.
Monster from the rock position, yeah. And I think that's an issue for W as well. At some point, there was a 260 in the middle.
And he joined the 1-2 line.
And he joined the 1-2 line. I mean, it has to be scattered then, right? Because they only have 1-260. Leaving that CS to farm uncontested is almost never a good idea. Because if the game slows down, and like this, where it kind of slows down, you have that CS, he can farm both corners. It's so powerful to have.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of map control and a lot of freedom of movement. Or rather, takes freedom of movement away from the opposing team.
At least I think they had a 260 in the middle. I'm pretty sure I saw it, but then he joined 1-2, but then they really fluffed killing... not killing Rex, like Bart and not killing Rexar is what loses them the round there, together with the Amorak, right? Because Bart goes to the rock, the I7's always dead. Bart goes back towards the hill, and they just slow down on 1-2, which is possible, right? You can sit and hold, no?
Yeah.
And goes to kill T-Sec or pressure T-Sec, I think they still win. The tanks not penning Rexar and by going to try and kill Monster, I think loses the round.
Well, but this is the beauty of Cliff, or for some it's the beauty, for some it's the agony of this game, where not always the strat or the opening loses you the game, but sometimes the initial, like the individual plays. Yeah.
If it was a play, it could have been a call for Bart to push Monster as well, right?
Yeah, of course.
Could have been a call, but usually that's an individual play. However, this time around, similar story as on round number 1, Tiger. Irvil is going to be bringing the double Forge B, triple CS, quad I7, and then 6 BZs.
Against W's 150B, 8 I7s, double 9-0, and the rest being triple or quadruple CS63.
I prefer Invil's lineup though in this because of the amount of meat that you have in it.
The BZs are very meaty indeed.
I7s as well. Like that repush that they did, it never even happens if they have more CSs.
Yeah, I agree with that. But here we see W committing 14 tanks lower.
13.
No, 13.
Close
13.
enough, Tiger. There's better math skills than Kihan has. Profuse and Piotr, the first ones in for Invil, though. Here comes Hannes and White Rock trying to block as well. Profuse there gets a good block. Piotr going for the second line, but the Invil tanks getting deleted while the rest of them just volley from behind. If this is going to be the right move, we have to see, as in return, Invil will be pushing through the middle, up and over Tiger. It's a weird game, but a lot of damage dealt.
Okay, W needs to come and trade the middle, or
They can't. They
can't. It's over.
It's so over, dude. It's so over. I'm sorry. They need to try and push back the middle, but they can't. As long as Invil doesn't overreact, this game is over. And you can see that. The best move Invil does here is running away from the middle.
Okay, so W does realize that they need to repush and establish some more map control.
But what happens?
Probably.
Okay, so since you're the gameplay expert, answer me this, right? If Invil at this moment in time, if W at this moment in time would have repushed middle, but the group that's on the 2 line, what would have happened?
At this point in time, nothing good, but they need to wait maybe for a timing that Invil... But it's gonna get even worse with Invil now rotating the double BZ75 uncontested.
This is a good timing. This is actually a good timing because otherwise the 1-2 repush would have happened immediately, and then you are really, really struggling. So they're pushing back across with heavies. Mentos is already on the top of the hill though. Tisik is already behind, and more heavies are joining for the side of Invil. The BZs are arriving, that double BZ that was rotating, and I think even with a good timing, this is a disaster waiting to happen.
I think W is not gonna stop. They might just keep going for the hill.
But they have to go up and over because they just die, right? They could try to drive on the hill, but it's going to cost so much. As you see, Barbarian already minus 1.4. Splatty is the next one going up. Lip also taking damage in his I7. YOLO will go up as well. Splatty, engine damage. Loader dead, down towards a one-shot. Lip reversing up. YOLO going up as well. Invil up 7,000 HP in the meantime. Scatter trying to hold the position there, but W is going to have to do a formidable comeback here to make this happen because Invil already rejoining with the BZs.
W is unable to clear the hill and establish positions before Invil cleans up the middle, I think.
Invil can repush on 2. It's a free repush on 1-2 at this moment in time, which they're already doing. It's basically for free. The Forge Beats cover the lower side. They can have another I7 joining with this Traki coming from the top. The issue for the guys behind the walk, which is Danny and Bard, is that the moment they shoot is the moment they get blasted from the middle.
And the middle is absolutely uncontested, so they cannot move away from the position, and they cannot use that position.
It was a...
However, W has won the very lower side.
Nice, they grabs, bro. Wow, nice. They've won the rock. One small victory in a century of defeat.
They now have the radar spotting objective.
Nice. Very nice, Tiger. If this was Onslaught, perhaps the info would have done a lot for them, but it is not. It is regular old 15v15. Fury finds Splatty. YOLO will find Fury, but This was a very good reaction from Invel, though. Not sure if it was like pre-discussed before the battle, but stopping and volleying was the perfect call.
It must have been pre-discussed. Because otherwise I don't really see a point of doing such a split if you don't discuss a reaction. What happens if the opposing team goes with the 10 plus tanks lower side? That then you don't commit with your small group of vehicles.
Yeah, so it looked like the best spawn IS-7s did the full drive setup, the browsers speed golf, which was Piotr and I think Profuse, to try and ram and block or delay as much as possible so the guys at the corner from D2 get as many shots as possible.
Yeah, and then I believe W thought it might be a lower side fight, which is why they committed the double 907 to the rock, which was then stuck there because, well, you can't cross double 907 under double force B.
After the initial volley, it was just over. That's why a one-dimensional 1-2 strategy loses in a lot of cases. Mainly against teams going middle still, because they take the hill and you need to repush. But in this case, it's even worse because they're not going around the hill whatsoever. Like, the issue there is, Tiger, if they cross from the middle and it's spotted, but even before the BZs rotate, we just drive back in 1-2. Who's going to stop you? A 50B and 2 907s.
But it takes you time to drive from like into 1-2. So in that time, if you're able to clear out the middle, maybe something can be
like,
conjured up.
You're clearing out like 5 BZs and a CS on the hill.
Oh, I believe Itox was the unfortunate CS being sent to middle.
Yes.
To meet 5 info vehicles.
I mean, he did get the info, right? Mm-hmm. Well, that was really rough for W. As good as their Live Oaks was,
a rude awakening on Cliff.
They should have been 3-1 at this point. You would have been right if they could actually execute the first Cliff.
Well, they are able to execute, just not every time. Quite like most teams, you know? They have their moments, but sometimes things don't go their way.
So, assuming by your logic, right, Tiger? So you said, and so far you're kind of an oracle, a small one, but you said you said Live Oaks are going to be 2-0 for W. That's correct. You said a Cliff would have been 1-1, which would also should have been correct, right? I'll give you that. It should have been a 1-1, but it isn't. That means that the match ends 4-2, right?
Well, by my map logic, yes.
Which then,
however,
means that I am right and you are wrong.
Well, what was your prediction for game number 1? For match number 1?
It was Motivacja 4-2, I think, or 4-1?
4-2 it was.
Well, I mean, I got the winner right. What did you predict? Did you predict 4-0?
I predicted 4-1.
Yeah, that doesn't... Yeah, listen. The only thing that matters is the correct prediction, alright?
Alright.
Like, being closer to right doesn't make you right. You know what I'm saying?
It makes you less wrong.
This is not the kind of terminology that we handle over here on the caster's desk, right? There's only 2 things, right or wrong.
Alright, I see how it is. So, I mean, I did predict for Info to win, but I do hope that W is capable of giving them a very good fight on Moravanka with 2 very close rounds.
Depends what kind of Muro we're gonna get here. What do you expect from W's Muro?
I'm honestly not sure. We might see something hyper-aggressive, akin to the first Live Oaks strategy. Maybe they have something cooked up. Maybe they're saving it. But I can see Muro being either very slow and methodical, or just a complete W.
I actually need W to win though, because otherwise I'm gonna lose 250,000 points. I just realized I'm in trouble either way, Tiger. W though, coming into Moravanka with WBR and Horwee, a VK, 2279, and 9 60Ps.
Against Invo's singular EBR, double E5, 5 260s, a mouse, an IS7, double BC75, and triple 60 TP. So
It's kind of light. from Invil.
Very light. On the defense as well, so
Compensated by only having 1 EBR, so the HP stays relatively even.
this is a lineup that says I want to take map control with the 260s. Right. Or either push something or establish positions with some armored vehicles. Right. We have Piotr going very aggressive in the forest.
Yeah, Mentos there, really aggressive in his light. Spots out a bunch of times, goes back over. He even sees the guys aiming, and yeah, Klurf and YOLO tried to get the
EBR overmatch on the forest.
but Mentos never went into the forest, and it's surprised that Hannes isn't playing. He's benched altogether.
I mean, it is a little warm in Germany. Maybe he needed a break to wipe off the sweat after his Manticore gameplay on Live Oaks.
That was an intense gaming experience. This is true. So Invil committed around the 2-line corner with 4 tanks. Has double E5 covering for the DPM. And is still playing Forest. But they do have to be careful on either side of the map. A repush will kill one side. Ooh.
Mentos! Oh, that was overeager?
Mentos has his moments, you know? Like, YOLO also has his moments, apparently. He's a really great line, but sometimes he goes a little too much on the edge, you know?
Well, that is true for many EBR players. If you remember, Hannes, back in the old days, in the old meta, was also a very aggressive EBR player, so... Wait, it's worth it more times than it isn't. If you know... if you know what you're doing. However, now, Invo is left in a situation where they have lost their light tank, and W still has both of theirs alive.
That is pretty important on this map. This is true.
Yeah.
They're starting
Also,
to aggress the middle though. Invil's not gonna sit. Look at this. They're not gonna sit. BZs of Profus and YOLO boosting across because Ali
They
is
just want to kill Ali.
Ali is dropped
because
very low. Splatty is there in his VK as well behind that building. They will find.
And W is no longer sitting at the back, ready to cover that well. I mean, they have moved up to the 3 line, which does cover the middle. Does cover the tanks committed in middle, rather.
But look at this! Look at this reaction from Invil. Chucky, Getsai, the 260s driving straight past almost the VK, realizing that the forest is an overmatch waiting to happen for Invil because of the amount of tanks stacked at the H3 position. Splatty will die against the 260s and the 60Ps from the side, but can Invil actually push the forest in return? Ohori is covering this triple 60 TP. Now Invil starting to repush the 2 line.
Now it's the W reaction of breaking out of the 2 line. They realize that they cannot sit in one square.
But it's Forest for 2 line though. Now Invil needs to find this push. Lip is the first one getting pressured. Monster coming over, damage being taken. The Hori farming away from the back lines, but is it gonna be enough for the side of W? Barbarian gets deleted, Baby getting blocked as well. And yet they will find Rexar, they will find Marcel, but Orchek already out, Franek out
The
as
2
well.
E5s made it out.
That's double E5 that's gonna be farming the whole time. Right now I 100% favor Invil's push over W's every day of the week.
Invo realizing where they had an overmatch, seeing what W had done with their vehicles that were relatively passive at the start of the game, and just pushing the side that W wasn't on with less vehicles, with less tanks.
This repush from Invil, W seems very not ready again. Having these tanks at H2, H3 is great, but it did give all the info to Invil that they can push over 9-0 line quite freely, and they didn't allow the lights of W to really get into this game though. Like, this is an issue when you get pushed like this, is that you have double light playing against a, well, 14 tank push.
Well, it's a 14 tank push and there's no need to spot anything because, well, the tanks are right in your face. So there was no point in this game where W could really use their light tank advantage up to this moment. Right now, there is a WEBR on K5 holding the base by himself. That's YOLO on 500 HP.
Or else it's over. It's just very.
There's no coming back.
There is
from
no
this.
coming back from this. They actually got rolled in the middle. So that
Now they're gonna get rolled on the 3 line as well.
I mean,
This group of 3
they're
vehicles.
gonna get rolled everywhere. So Ali was pretty low HP already behind the church, though.
I guess he took some initial damage, and before he made it around the corner of the church to be safe
Yeah.
from the 3 line.
Well, once he crosses the house at F5, he's open towards a lot of stuff, towards the forest a little bit as well. So probably took some damage there. But it was a good repush though, getting the 279, then getting the DK. I think they lost 1 tank for it, and then they had the info that they can push the forest, and that is a very good call. From whoever did an infill that they should go push the forest. Again, Hori, Tiger, great tank, but just the Hori covering triple 60p does not do that much.
Well, I believe W was caught at a little bit of a bad timing, in the sense that they did have the tank sniping at the start, and then they rotated to 3 line because they wanted to play the game themselves there, and it was at that point in time that Invo pushed over mid. So with those, were Invo to do it maybe 30 seconds earlier, W would have still been at the back, and it wouldn't have opened up an opportunity for Invo to push either side.
Yeah, but even sitting at the back though, Tiger, if you're sitting at the back, you're opening up 1 line. You're always opening up something.
You're still fast enough to rotate over to 1 line.
Not actually, that is not as great as you think. Taking K3 back, you have the issue that if the enemy team has forest and middle, the tanks at H3 die. You can't sit safe from everywhere. So then,
But if Invo were to push the 1 line, they would not have forest because W still had triple 60 TP there.
you don't need to be pushed like from just the dune. You can shoot it. 5-line dune, 6-line dune. The tanks in the middle would also be able to shoot it for sure, like the mouse, whatever else they had there. Splatty 1-shot in the VK though? I'm sorry, but 1-shot in the VK? From that position?
From very close range, but I don't know.
I think you have to hit almost everything there.
It has to be more than 1 shot. At least the 3 that he hit should be pens.
I mean, you're shooting at 60 Ps that are kind of angling down, so you're penning everything.
Well, you're also shooting at 260s that are pushing, so you should be penning those as well.
Those are annoying though, because Muro is. It's not because it's 260, but it's because of Muro.
It's because of the rubble that you see.
Bro,
The fences.
Muro is. It's like they put all the fences that they had on Muro, all of it. They were like, how many fences do you want that stop heat? And then they decided to add every single one of them to Moro. The most annoying thing in the world.
Yes, I've heard of players picking almost 50% of their ammo loadout back in the day in 279s of armor piercing just for Muro fences.
For W, this is a disaster. I think they just lose for 2 now, to be honest. Starting on live oaks like this, then throwing the first cliff round, getting outplayed the next 2 rounds. I don't think they have the mental capacity to recover from this. I'm very sorry.
I mean, if they don't have the mental capacity to recover from this, then I would doubt that they have a mental capacity to close out a tiebreaker. But I believe
It
in
would be
them.
different though. If they get the tiebreaker now, they got something going for them again.
Yeah, of course.
But the last 3 rounds, I mean, okay, so cliff 1, you threw it,
It happens, go next.
but it's already annoying, right?
Of course.
Like,
I mean, they feel like they should be 3-0 up at that
Yes.
point.
and I hear there was a bit of yelling, so tilting, then you lose the next round, you get completely outplayed. More tilting, and then you get rocked on a Muro where you kill their light tank. Combination for disaster.
Well, let's see if you are an Oracle for this round.
I mean, the signs are telling me, like, I just don't really like. W is still a very emotional team, IMO. You can say whatever. They have a lot of emotional players, Tiger.
Yes.
Like, out of all of the teams, I feel like they have the most emotional players at this point.
I do not know enough about the inner workings of some other teams in the playoffs to judge that. But here W is coming in with double EBR, double 260, double mouse, double 60 TP, and that leaves 7 IS7s.
On Morrow, okay. Invil, on the other hand, double mouse, triple IS7, triple 60p, triple 260. Only double E5 though, a singular CS and an EBR. Lineup Invil is, even though the HP doesn't say it, Tiger, bit heavier.
A bit heavier, but I feel like W's cooked something up, maybe.
You know what happens when you leave something on the stove for too long, Tiger? It gets burnt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes the cooking, something you can overcook. You can 100% overcook. And Invil is sending how many tanks to his for straight? That's a bunch of them.
It's like 8?
And then I can count that high, so that's why I asked you.
9.
But W in return doing
W
pretty
in return.
similar, just through the long sides.
Frugo's taking a lot of damage.
2 shots for this crossing. W is forced to push back off with more tanks to cover Frugo and Andrija. Oof, Danny takes 1.1. It doesn't seem to get better, does it?
And now it's IS7s in a hoedown against 60 TPs.
And
Both tanks have incredibly strong turrets, but
the issue is that even if that's a stalemate is a W for Invil. Because they can rotate out of it whenever they want to.
and W does not have such an opportunity.
I mean, you can try, but it doesn't really do much.
Also, W's 1-3 line is incredibly weak, with only Bart being pushed up quite aggressively. Okay, now he did turn around to run away after spotting both DJ and Franek. And Scatter is also very low. He was committed to the middle to face off against Conrad.
6-7 line.
Yeah, but Conrad took 0 and well, Scatter is on a 1k.
I don't see it. I really do not see it. I'm looking at the map, and you know that Andrija and Frugo are committed. They're always committed. They can't leave. You can't really rotate because they could get pushed at any moment in time. But again, you have double EBR. And double EBR struggles when it gets pushed.
I don't see what WBR brings in this
Nothing.
at this point in time.
Absolutely nothing.
So
Ali just dies from angles.
yeah, it's a mouse. It's not even a 279.
You go into the next one, keeps you alive a bit longer. The issue is that DJ shooting down onto a mouse is a lot easier than shooting up at a mouse.
That's one thing, and also what I meant is that back in the day, 279s, like it's a much shorter vehicle, so it's kind of easier to hide from the forest
It
angles.
dies exactly the same way though. Because once you go above it, where DJ and Katsai is, you just go all the way through its upper plate. Same with the mouse. When it's not angled too much, you just go straight through the upper plate, shot after shot.
Of course.
Ali falls, that's the rotations cut off. I mean, they do get it to 60 across, but he's spotted, so they do know that there's another tank there. And if it looks rough right now for W, that's because it is.
Okay, I mean, you have YOLO spotting the very interesting outside forest push, but I don't know what the other EBR brings. You still have Bart in that position. At
think against
C1, very
Invil-
much.
I think against Invil in general, you have to be careful. Like, playing against Invil is kind of like playing against Motivacja Tiger. They can play with 1 EBR or 0 EBRs. When they play with 0 EBRs, your double EBR always struggles. It struggles so much because you're getting pushed everywhere. It can work, but more often than not, I would say it doesn't. Yeah. But always playing with 2 against them puts you in the scenario that they always have 1 extra combat tank, and they will abuse it.
It felt like W wanted with their lineup. They wanted to show Invo that they could take the initiative and could push either side. And, well, they gambled maybe incorrectly that Invo would stack more on 1-2-3 line. But now the probably final push of the game comes on Andrisha, on Frugo, who have no chance to retaliate.
There's no DPM
Yeah.
here either for the side of W. All the tanks that they have are low-ish DPM tanks at this moment in time. No E5s, no SUVs, nothing that could possibly stop this push. Orchek with the mouse is just going, well, he's going on an adventure in his favorite rocket ship across with the mouse because they simply can. They're so far ahead at this moment in time that Gotcha Baby burns, and he's probably very happy about that to escape from this reality and move into the next one. As Invil on Morovanka show absolute dominance over W, who have a lot to think about as they will be moving on to the lower bracket as Invil is mopping up the remainders here of the W side, and that was not pretty. The last 3 rounds were not pretty.
The entirety of Morovanka was a disaster. The openings seemed decent, especially on the first one, getting an EBR pickup for free, but then, I mean, this last round I want to wash it away from my memory. I would, if I were an even bigger W fan, I would say it never happened and request a replay, like just a rematch.
Well, I don't know if you see Invil versus W at some point, I doubt we're going to be seeing Morovanka again.
I was surprised to see it in the first place.
What did you think was going to come out instead?
I mean, the tiebreaker map is Proco, so I would have expected Proco to be picked over Muro as a map to play on.
In hindsight, it may not have been the worst thing for W, as we see how Morovanka went, but in this case, 4-2 for Invil, well deserved. They had a really rough start on Live Oaks where they got rocked by W, but the recovery was sweet. The what ifs are going to be there for W. What if we don't lose that first cliff round, which we shouldn't? What happens then? But it does happen, and the result is 4-2.
But W does have a second tournament live. They do have a chance to prove themselves worthy of, well, being in this tournament once again, and so we will be seeing them today in match number 4, I believe, facing off against Goldfish.
Match number 4 because they just played. So
yeah,
this was really rough. This wasn't pretty. Ali did not enjoy himself that game. I can tell you that much. Knowing Ali pretty well, the both of us, I think he was. There might be another hole.
no, it's not a hole; it's a dent in the desk.
It's more like a canyon at this point.
But you have to give him credit. He does not let his emotions boil inside him. He lets them out. That way, he's concentrated for the very next round. So, but also we have to give credit where credit is due. Invo did play some exceptional rounds. The second cliff was very interesting with what I believe to have been incredibly well-timed tactical calls and the vehicle rotations, and the Morovankas were very well executed, well-timed pushes. For example, on the first one into the middle. So next round we will be seeing will be NTMG versus Gnomi.
That should be a very interesting match, though. I mean, yeah, Good Nomi came third in their group, but that was a stacked group, though.
Yes, so the group number 1 was, I think, a clear...
yeah, it was Motivacja, W, Good Nomi, and Volgus.
Yes, so all 4 teams which we have seen in playoffs previously. So, and all 4, I believe, are worthy of being playoffs teams on a consistent basis.
Well, anyways, Tiger, that's enough yapping from the two of us just yet. We do have another match coming up after the replays, which are going to be phenomenal to watch as well. So let's watch some replays, and we'll see you guys after.
Right.
Well, hello there, and welcome back for match number 3. This time it's going to be a Tiger and I guiding you through what promises to be a banger in between Goodnight Nomi and their opponents of NTMG. First of all, though, let's take a look at the community predictions. Tiger, where do you stand?
Well, as we can see, it's a very close match with 55% going for GNXMI and 45% for no timing. I agree with the community. I believe this is going to be some very exciting games, some very close matches, but the Polish squad is probably going to take the victory.
All right. Interestingly enough, although after the past match that we saw where no timing, honestly, like it pains to use those kinds of words, but they kind of got schooled by Motivacja just a little bit, 4-0. And in none of the matches, they really seemed like they were able to get a foot in the door even. So, yeah, then again, I mean, Motivacja, I would say one of the favorites to win this tournament. First of all, though, let's take a look at one of the events that's currently going on in the game. We have the D-Day Battle Pass right now going on. And there is essentially a progression that started on June 3rd. And basically, you'll be able to earn 45 tokens from Twitch drops, and you'll also be able to earn 45 tokens that you can basically, like, you go onto the portal, you activate the missions by clicking on them on the portal on exactly this map. That is going to grant you access to some missions where you, amongst other goodies, are going to get the tokens, and with those, you'll be able to unlock a lot of rewards in the respective D-Day token store. Amongst them, obviously, some cool premium vehicles, different 3D styles, and more rewards in the D-Day token store. And as we progress through this whole map, we're almost at the end of it, but the most important things are going to be actually coming next weekend, where I talked about it with Daki already. We're going to have Tankfest, which must be one of the highlights for anyone that has anything to do with World of Tanks at all, because seeing those steel monstrosities in real life is absolutely amazing. I've done so myself, and while there are some reservations for people when it comes to vehicles, for example, standing besides an EBR-90 yourself and like judging how big it is, or standing besides the only existing piece of the FV Stage 2 and realizing just how gigantic those things are. Yeah, it's an absolutely fantastic opportunity. And for those of you that cannot join offline, that cannot join the show there, on next Sunday, we'll have the Tankfest stream going on, which is, yeah, one of the all-time classics at this point. Also, check out in the game, check out essentially everywhere. There are 2 new commanders. We have Ikibu, who you should know by now, as well as Richard, the Challenger Cutland, back in the day, one of the tank commanders himself. And this is not where it stops. On July 7th, in honor of Independence Day, over on the North American server, we also have an Onslaught show match coming up where, yeah, North America's best are going to be duking it out against Europe's finest. So the content is not going to stop. That being said, though, I think time to head back into what's upcoming right now, and that is Goodnight Nomi against No Timing. I guess let's take a look at the pick and bans.
So Live Oaks being banned straight off the bat by Goodnight Nomi, with Highway respectively by No Timing, and Goodnight Nomi picking Sand River, which is very curious as it is famed for being a 1-1 split map. No Timing going with a Moravanka pick, and then a Prokhorovka ban, with Goodnight Nomi banning Fisherman's Bay in their stride, and No Timing choosing to play Cliff as a tiebreaker. What do you think of the map, Skihand?
It makes me a little bit sad, honestly, because we're not going to see a Highway, one of the very recent additions to the map pool. And also, we so far today haven't seen, and we're not going to see, my absolutely favorite map of all time, which is Himmelsdorf. That being said, though, you said it, Sand River is one of the 2 maps with a basically split spawn. So where normally the attacker would spawn this time, it's the defender. We're going to head into Murovanka. NTMG did not play that against Motivacja, so they're hoping to catch a break there. And also the other interesting thing, you see it in the bottom right of the screen right now. This one is best of 5. That means we are down in the bloody trenches of the lower bracket. Losing a match here means tournament elimination. So a lot on the line for either of those teams.
Maybe that's why Goodnight Nomi opted to pick Sand River, because I don't know why they would be scared of no timing. Like, of course, the opponent should be treated with respect, but losing one map here and you're already on a match point, that puts a lot of pressure on the team. So maybe picking a 1-1 map to start things off and then going and playing like it's a best of 3 might not be the worst decision.
Then again, I mean, you have your own map pick and you're hoping to take it 1-1. That leaves you in a best of 3 against the opponent, who then only needs 2 rounds to finish it off. So if that is what they went for, I think it is quite the risky approach. But maybe No Timing or Goodnight Nomi, either of them know something that we don't. We know that different teams have different preferences when it comes to the maps, and maybe I think in the best of 5, it's important to say that there you shouldn't be playing against the opponent's weaknesses. Rather, you should be playing to your own strengths, because obviously you're going to know your own tactics, your own strategies, your own strengths better than you could ever possibly know the weaknesses of an opponent. So maybe Goodnight Nomi just think that they're that good on Sand River.
Well, I have heard that they did train quite a lot for this tournament, and I guess they feel that like they're very prepared and they're ready to show no timing. Whether training does make a big difference. So
overtraining is always a factor, though.
Well, I hope they didn't overtrain.
We'll have to see. First of all, we are going to see the beautiful video of the dusty dunes of a Sand River, and soon we're going to see what both of those teams have cooking for us. Now, I think the first time today we have a split in the predictions. I'm still saying No Timing coming through the upper bracket should be favored here, 3-1, although I'm not so happy anymore now that I've seen how No Timing have played against Motivacja. Both of you are going with a Goodnight Nomi victory, however, 3-2 and 3-1 respectively.
Well, on my behalf, I believe that Goodnight Nomi have had a more difficult group stage, so that might explain to some extent why they ended up in the lower bracket to begin with. And in that group stage, they did prove themselves worthy, picking up only having a 1-round deficit by the end of it. So I believe them to be able to take this.
Well, the truth is going to be found in the match that I believe is going to start soon. And then we'll see who is going to be reigning supreme and who is going to be staying alive in this lower bracket here. For both of these teams, we said it already, it's do or die. Losing here means you're not going to go any further, and No Timing, they are going to try and avoid the second back-to-back loss with a singular EBR. 1E3, we have a double 907, 1E5, triple 60 TP, and that leaves 7 IS7s.
Yes, but I do believe that to be Goodnight Nomi, because on the right
true.
we have a singular EBR, 1 STRV, double CS63, quadruple 60 TP, and that leaves 7 IS7s for the side of No Timing.
And Justin, hot from the press, we do have a piece of news, and that is going to delay things a little bit. There is going to be a restart. One of the players has lost his connection. Obviously, that means that we do already know the lineups for either team. They're not allowed to switch anymore. But yeah, both of the teams do obviously get per match 1 restart in this for this exact case.
Yes. But for that, no vehicles should have been spotted or taken any damage, which just makes it fair. So
I have to give you the little heads up. I'm cheating a little bit. I have an account in the match, so I can tell you that no one even moved. So all the conditions were essentially fulfilled. And yeah, we're going to end up with a little restart that should take a little more than 1 minute, possibly. But yeah, for both teams, I mean, how do the lineups stack up towards each other, do you think?
I mean, the E3 on the side of Goodnight Nomi does tell me that they are going for some K-line control, and whereas the No Timing lineup is quite a lot lighter. They have the double CS, they have the STRV, so they might be trying to play like more around the size rather than a straight up fighting commitment.
Also, it's interesting to me to see that there are no Kampfpanzers, for example. I remember back when the Chieftain was nerfed. Yeah, we're just gonna show the lineups here so that everyone knows what we're talking about. So basically, when the Chieftain was nerfed, people thought that the Kampfpanzer 07 was going to be the new kid on the block, and a lot of people essentially tried replacing Chieftains with the Kampfpanzer, but that didn't really end up happening.
It's not quite the same. It's not quite the same. The turret is not as strong. It does not have the same gun depression as the Chieftain did, and the E3 just feasts on Kampfpanzers.
Exactly. And as we hop in now, obviously the lineups are not going to change. For Goodnight Nomi, I think Alex in that E5, he's supposed to be a damage dealer. I mean, that gun is just absolutely a dream and a half come true. And over on the NTMG lineup, we have that STRV that doesn't really see that much use on Sand River.
Well, there used to be a time that the STRV pick was a default on Sand River. And especially in attack, which is where NTMG finds themselves. I wonder where they're going to put him. Like, there's a possibility for him to play the Crown, so the F6-7 position, or to be at the very end of K-Line if they are afraid of a straight K-Line commitment by Goodnight Nomi. Now, Goodnight Nomi having an E3 in defense does not indicate such a K-Line commitment.
I mean, split-wise, Goodnight Nomi, I think they were going for a timing here in the north, but Miku spotting a lot of tanks there is immediately prompting all of his brethren behind him to return. So Goodnight Nomi here in the white jerseys, they see this approaching tide of red of the no timing tanks here. Dreamer even still spotted here, takes one by Alex, so the E5 there claiming the first damage of the game. But I think Goodnight Nomi, they're playing on a lot of rotations here. However, this rotation is going to get spotted though, so no timing, retaliating and getting a lot of information.
It's a long trip for Goodnight Nomi to gain map control. They leave just the one IS-7 at A1. They do not even leave someone at the C4 dune, which is relatively safe and can kind of control the middle. I guess they were afraid that no timing would just overpush him, or that that IS-7 would die to angles eventually. So essentially right now they're trying to establish their K-line presence, with Lucan spotting every approach and playing against Sunk.
I mean, the interaction between Lucan and Katsunk hasn't really changed over the years. Two Haldane IS-7 staring at each other. That's going to be an HE fiesta if there ever was one. No way in hell they're going to be hitting each other's cupolas. But yeah, Gurski, he's going to be a very annoying one to dig out, I believe.
It's a hold down position, but I believe there is some bush that you can sit in and you don't even get spotted until it's too late, so...
Well, Goodnight Nomi, they have rotated IS-7s down towards the southwestern area, and I believe Pabu is getting sent forward to now support Lucan over in the K5 position here. That is going to be a 2 against 1, but once again, we're talking about Haldane IS-7s and also Katsunk. He has backup.
It's more IS-7s being committed. I'm not sure if... Do Goodnight Nomi want to peek this? I'm not sure it's a good trade.
They don't have enough to volley him. I mean, Katsunk is above 2k HP still, and the I-7 has 490 alpha, so they wouldn't be able to do anything.
They saw it. Click is driving away.
Yeah, and this now means that the possible timing that Goodnight Nomi was hoping for just isn't there. Kono and Click returning now. And this means that it's actually okay for Goodnight Nomi, come to think about it, because they're the ones defending.
They have early info on K-Line, they have position established at A1, they have a relatively strong base. It seems okay for now.
It seems okay for now. However, we should keep in mind that NTMG have gathered a lot of information. That being said, though, Katsanke pushing in, I believe we might have a disconnect. Never mind, he's reversing.
No.
So not really sure what was going on there. He does have the repair kit available as well, but he pays dearly. Down to 83, gets blown up. Not quite sure what he was thinking.
It looked like a lag spike for a second, but
Big
I
one.
don't know.
Big
Yeah.
one. And like after that, everything was fine again. Like he immediately pressed the repair key after he got tracked. So yeah, maybe a temporary spike, and it does end up costing no timing. An IS-7 that realistically was supposed to stay there until the end of days. Now, though, Goodnight Nomi, they have seen that one of the IS-7s from No Timing has just bitten the dust for essentially free. So they're starting to rotate, and those IS-7s with the turbo, with the grousers, they're just so mobile,
But
even
in the
on a
same
map like
timing,
Sandriver.
No Timing is trying to take K-line control.
Ooh, and that is not going to bode well for Lukin here. I don't think he can run anymore in that IS-7. I
has
mean,
to
he's
try.
going to try.
The biggest question is whether... I think the E3 makes it up. If the E3 makes it up, it's still playable.
Yeah.
Because Goodnight Nomi is... they're even going the short way and taking over north control.
I mean, how much is Lukin going to take for this? You can see right now on the left side of your screen, he's starting to melt, and he finishes as well. Just a trade now, 1-for-1 in the IS-7 department, and Goodnight Nomi trying to retake the north off of this. And this is going to be problematic for Rainbow in the IS-7 in the middle of the map. You can see him starting to take shots from all of those tanks that Goodnight Nomi is sending towards the north.
He has to abandon it, and Goodnight Nomi is going over into a split map north hold, where it's only 5 minutes left for No Timing to push out, well, to push out the E3 and push out Goodnight Nomi's base, while Goodnight Nomi is pushing out the base of No Timing, maybe.
I mean, they're bleeding a lot for this. The good thing for Goodnight Nomi is that they're still defending, so they can halt at any time, and maybe that would be advisable here. One of the 907s as well, taking a huge chunk of damage. No Timing currently in the lead when it comes to the HP department, but they still in the
Dreamer
south
should
have
die from
to push that
angles.
E3.
Dreamer should die from angles, and Twist realizes that he needs to leave as soon as No Timing takes some K-line control in south. Because on that dune at, what is it, D6, D7, you can get pinged and shot out of render from all the way from the K-line.
We do see what No Timing is going to reply with, though, and that is going to be a north commitment. They're sending 907 plus CS plus, I believe, the STRV even getting committed into a push. So
How
they
much did
definitely...
CFR see?
Yeah, they don't...
The question is how much crossed the zero line before CFR was able to get the spot on it.
Well...
I guess only one CS and the STRV maybe.
Right now it seems fine. The problem for No Timing is obviously that rated in that CS63 did end up getting spotted, so the team of Goodnight Nomi, that something is a foul here in the northeastern part of the map. As Depressed still unspotted, Esidarab getting a lit as well, and now Phoenix finding himself in a 1 versus 3 situation. He's pretty low HP, he could just get volleyed, as Depressed getting surprised by that IS-7. A lot of courage on Phoenix here pushing up, but I think he has bit more... he's bitten off more than he can chew. Maybe not. Esidarab bouncing?
He is trying to survive for as long as he can. He does... yeah. Okay, only one more shot.
I mean, yeah, Esidarab should be putting the final nail in the coffin. There is a lot of tanks behind that from Goodnight Nomi, but 4,000 HP separating the tanks as of now. And I think Goodnight Nomi, with that very, very mobile defense, maybe they have over-rotated. Vladislav and iEvil now driving into the 907s. This is going to hurt, but I think not enough.
The STRV using his HP. I'm not sure how effective he is in this role, but this just shows how worried No Timing is of the time constraint that they're sending their STRV in.
I mean, then again, the STRV can be very, very good if they just send him forward to each shots. It is, in the end, a very, very squishy tank close by, but that means that the other tanks that are in the push are not taking any damage, as Gurski gets picked up as well, and all of a sudden...
What is the CFR fight? Okay, CFR is a one-shot, he doesn't win it.
Yeah, The gun advantage is on the side of No Timing, however, and they have 5,000 more as they kill CFR as well. Goodnight Nomi, they look to be in trouble. 1 minute and 50 seconds. And for No Timing, the problem right now is that a lot of tanks for them are committed towards the northern side of the map, but the guns for Goodnight Nomi keep dropping.
You have two very, very healthy 60 TPs who clean up the K line and are then just going to try and stay alive.
Yeah, Lokir here wiggling his gun, trying to catch somehow any of the shots, but he's not going to be successful. And now No Timing starting to sweep in on towards the base of a Goodnight Nomi. And that E3, he's in a very powerful position, but he's getting backstabbed from essentially everywhere. Click now going to be the next focus, but the timing is the issue. There seems to be no timing right now for the team in red, as Asidarab also taking a chunk of damage. That CS63 against IS-7s is just so squishy. Even gets high rolled by Click. Insult to injury and No Timing. They need to commit in, but they're gonna bleed so heavily for it. Are they gonna be able to clean up K-Line?
If Goodnight Nomi kills STRV, there's also... Okay, I don't think there's time to cap. Do they make it? Not with two.
They are with 2 in the cap right now, and there is basically 6 seconds that they need to make up with 1 more tank. I believe Rainbow in that IS-7 is speeding towards the cap. That is going to decide if it's going to be enough. And yes, Miku? Indeed, the cap timer seems to be okay for now. They all should be aiming towards Miku right now. The cap timer is going to be of a decisive importance. Only the 260 TPs alive, but they are nowhere near the cap, and that is going to be in the nick of time. The first round
that
for
was
No
a close
Timing.
one.
That was... yeah, true. There actually was a reset. Weird Shot is going to get the Kolobanovs, the one that everyone wants. Crazy.
I did not expect this outcome. This was... I don't know. I felt like Goodnight Nomi was always in control, but then at one point they over-rotated, took 2 of their IS-7s out of the north, just when No Timing decided to repush it, and were somehow caught out of positions. So they made it much closer than it should have been.
I mean, it felt like No Timing, or rather Goodnight Nomi, were in control until they weren't. But then, you know, Monka steer, and somehow the EBR landed on its wheels. And yeah, from then on out, a good job for, especially on that reset. That one was crucial. So maybe we're gonna find...
That one was game-winning.
Yeah. Maybe was it Weird Shot or was it the other 60 TP? I mean, we're gonna see here right now as we do go through the battle results. So definitely it wasn't the Crystal. So it must have been either Weird Shot or Check. And indeed, it was Weird Shot with the reset. So
claiming the Kolobanovs.
I'm not sure if it was a blind reset. If it was, I mean, good job. What can you say?
I mean, Weird Shot just looked at Sand River, put his teeth into it and said, "This is our round, this is our defense, and I'm not letting it go." Maybe
they just knew from the beginning, right? Goodnight Nomi had it all calculated out.
I mean, after the IS-7 mistake, unfortunate turn of events for No Timing, Goodnight Nomi, they were like, "Okay, you give us a free tank, we offer you a free round. Well, not a free, we offer you a round, but then we take it away." And this must be so demotivating for No Timing.
Psychological warfare going on right now. I mean, you come off a 0-4 defeat against the team of Motivacja, where realistically they didn't catch a break, and now they are losing a round like this. And like, there are rounds where you as a player or as a caller, you're like, all right, we just got beaten on tactics, something like that. But rounds like this, those stay with you in your mind. Those keep haunting you.
Also remember, this is a best of 5, and this is an attack of Sand River. You are on the side that is seen as favored, and you really need this round just to break a streak. And it's just...
Well, they needed it. They did not end up getting it. Maybe they'll be more lucky this time, though. Round number 2 coming up in between Goodnight Nomi and No Timing. Sides are going to be flipped, but that doesn't necessarily bode well for No Timing, actually, because the side they're going to be spawning on now is normally considered to be the weaker one.
And so far, the map pick of Goodnight Nomi seems to be coming through.
So far, so good.
So far,
for
so
Goodnight Nomi, indeed. That must sting for no timing. These rounds, if you lose them, those are so. Those hurt. Those really hurt. And like Goodnight Nomi, of course, those guys know that realistically they shouldn't be getting away with it.
Yeah, of course.
That was robbery in broad daylight. Anyway, though, round number 2, Goodnight Nomi coming into this one, looking to extend the lead with a singular EBR. 1 E3, then we have the Hori as well. 1 CS, 1 E5, we have quintuple IS7, and we have 5 60TPs as well.
Against No Timing, singular EBR, 1 CS63, 1 E5, triple 60TP, and a whole stack of what is it? 9 IS7s?
That is indeed 9 IS7s. Your eyes do not deceive you. That's a lot of mobile hold down. And they're doing exactly what I would expect with that lineup. They're sending a lot of them to the south, however, not everyone.
Not everyone. Oh, this is a hold of K-line with a mid take. This is interesting.
So we did see a lot of mid takes before this, I believe, in the past tournament, and most of them actually ended up completely falling apart, getting blasted by, for example, where Weird is right now. Miku has to be careful as well.
But he does get all the info.
Mm-hmm. He does get complete info. Is he going to get blasted for cresting over the ridgeline? The HP currently say no, but the mid retake here by NTMG is actually very, very far progressed, as Depressed in the E5 in the middle getting spotted as well, taking two big hits to the face, and I don't think that the tanks by no timing right now should be able to completely clean up the 60.
No. And Goodnight Nomi is taking positions above, because with all the info that Miko has given them, they realize that there is, well, just an EBR and maybe a CS in the middle, so they have free reign over the middle, over the top part of middle, so over the so-called crown part, and can now play from above on the no timing vehicles.
Ooh, Rainbow trying to cross over, does get double tracked here, and against an E5, that does not bode well. The reload just too good, so he should be taking at least one more by the Hori probably as well. And all of those tanks by no timing seem to be stuck in the K line. They don't really want to push over onto Lucan because the damage dealt by the 60 TPs in the back is going to be horrendous.
It's too late. This is so disjointed. So no timing strategy, they had two groups of vehicles that they wanted to push simultaneously, so the ones in the middle and the ones on K-line. But like this, it feels like they've lost at least 2 or 3 vehicles in the middle already, and only then do they peak the K-lines.
Yeah, and now we see those 60 TPs from K-Line transitioning while there is a repush by Goodnight Nomi coming in as well. That's going to eliminate CFR, but in turn Phoenix is going to pick up Trash Panda, as now No Timing have seemingly cleaned up the K-Line, but that is actually not the case. The 60 TPs that were there have transitioned over towards
No Timing
middle.
If they have enough HP to just keep on pushing through the K-Line. No. Goodnight Nomi still has a 60 TP in K0, which is a very strong position.
And also, if you take a look at the HP, those are not looking good for the team in red either. And you can see here those quadruple IS7s. It's the same story as in K5. The no timing tanks just not wanting to push over because they know exactly what's going to happen once they do that check. He's not going to be penable for those IS7s either, as he is hold down. iEvil trying to take a swing now. Dreamer biting the bullet and biting the dust as well. He just gets blasted completely. And so do the hopes of No Timing of winning a single round on Sand River, I believe. Goodnight Nomi with a lucky first one, but this second one so far, they've got the foot down on it. They seem to be knowing exactly what answers they need to put against the questions that No Timing is asking.
I believe No Timing does need to go back to the drawing board for this with this particular round and see where exactly the timings have gone awry. Because, as I said, you're splitting your forces because you want to pincer, but one part of them dies before the other one arrives, and
yeah,
the 60 TPs from Goodnight Nomi were able to volley the middle and then sit on K-line and still volley the K-line when Lucan was getting overpushed.
I mean, Cap now starts, so it looks like Goodnight Nomi on their attack are looking for the quick knockout punch on Sand River. Obviously, if it goes to a possible tiebreaker, then the timing would be an important factor. That's why we see the triple I7 here. Lucky, Kono, Gurski, the three bros just happily chilling in that cap. If they are really going for the time, then they shouldn't kill Manera. Nope, they're going to extend the game for 5 more seconds. But Goodnight Nomi with a rocky start. But the bumpy ride certainly at an end in round number 2. That was pretty clean by them. It was very, very messy by no timing.
It was quick. It did have some idea behind it, but the execution just wasn't there, I think.
The execution was, I'm sorry to say it, but disjointed to say the best. Like, there were 2 groups of tanks. They arrived at different times throughout the match, and both of them ending up just getting blasted to pieces. The thing is also Weirchart staying alive there for such a long time didn't help either. So, yeah, no timing, not catching a break. Now back to back 6 rounds without a single victory in this tournament.
Yeah, also, you have to point out the Prest in his E5 at the very start, taking a tremendous amount of damage in the middle when you're the tank that needs to just be sitting there and dealing out the damage and trading your IS-7s.
Yeah, I mean, from start to finish, it just didn't look like a round that no timing had a good plan for. And for Goodnight Nomi, I guess everything worked out in their favor, right? You said it already, those 60 TPs, they got a good volley into mid, they got a good volley on towards 1-2, then they were able to transition into mid and just hold while the rest of the team was clearing north and northwest. So from start to finish, good stuff by Goodnight Nomi. However, this was Goodnight Nomi's map pick, so in a perfect world, obviously, if you're doing pick and ban, you expect to win your own map pick 2-0. That is why you would pick a map, which now brings us to the next topic. Now we're heading towards No Timing's map pick, which is Moravanka.
Oh, I don't know. I actually do not know how good these teams are on Moravanka, but if No Timing were to close this out 2-0, this would be great for them.
I mean, anything else would mean tournament elimination. So, I do think that I sense some concern in your voice, though. Is that a doubt over towards the team of No Timing, or?
Well, I'm interested to see who starts on which side on Moravanka, because being on defense gives you this cushion, this feeling of security that if you're able to establish a solid positions, then it might be okay by the time the 10 minutes are over.
I can tell you on Moravanka, Goodnight Nomi is going to start on defense.
Well then I hope No Timing has some incredible strat with great timings for a change.
Maybe they've been cooking. Maybe they have been to the kitchen and they've been cooking for some time, and they have some nice meal for us. Let's hope it's not burnt, because then into the bin go the dreams of No Timing for this tournament, at least. And for Goodnight Nomi, it would be staying alive. With this double elimination bracket starting in the lower bracket, I think we are now at the 15th iteration of Clan Showdown 15v15 tournaments. I think not a single time has a team managed to make that Cinderella story come true, to start in the lower bracket and actually end up winning it all. I'm still waiting for it to happen, but
there might be a reason it doesn't happen.
I mean, theoretically, you need to win 4 games, right? Or 4 matches.
You need to win 4 matches, yes.
That doesn't sound too difficult, does it?
Well, but then at least one of those matches is probably going to be against a team that you faced in groups, and that put you in that lower bracket to start with.
Always these annoying facts. They come when you least expect. That being said, though, possibly the last round of the match and of the tournament for No Timing. Goodnight Nomi looking to throw the team in red out of the tournament. They're doing so with double EBR, singular STRV, 1 mouse, 6 IS-7s, and 5 60 TPs.
Against no timings, double EBR, singular STRV, 1 CS63, 5 IS-7s, and the rest being 7 60 TPs.
All right, so how do those lineups stack up against each other? I think that is a little pushier, actually, for the side of no timing. I mean, logically, they are on the attack side here. Those 60 TPs can be quite annoying to shoot.
Yes.
But I think Goodnight Nomi, they also have the possibility of pushing somewhere with those IS-7s. They can cover a lot of flat ground quickly. Miku with that EBR, is he going to see rated? He does.
But with this lineup, okay, with no timing, committing this many tanks to the forest. Okay.
Oh, Dreamer, what are you doing?
Dreamer is gathering.
Oh, Kono with the torpedo down to 92. They're not going to be able to finish it as CFR misses a shot.
Shobi is also one shot.
Kono does get picked up in the meantime.
Yes,
and Dreamer with the goodbye HE.
Both no timing EBRs are one shots, and it's a map split with CFR running away. So what Dreamer was trying to do was do a deep spot to see whether there were any IS-7s crossing the long way.
Well, he does, for some reason, not end up paying with his life for it. 92 HP, but this means now that Goodnight Nomi are going to be starting to push over that one line here with Miku immediately deep spotting the CS63 of rated. There's only 2 60 TPs anchoring, and there is also no one behind them. This is going to be a freebie for Goodnight Nomi, but on the other side of the map, not looking so good.
CFR is being cleaned up. He's trying to stay alive for as long as possible, while Goodnight Nomi is taking so long to push this CS.
I mean, the thing is, Goodnight Nomi are taking long, yes, but no timing are actually giving them the time to do so. CFR falls, that's always to be expected. Miku, for some reason, taking a shot by one of those 60 TPs, that's not what you want to happen.
No timing are grouping up to repush H3. I don't know how well this works out. After Rated is dead,
this works out horrendously. They're going to be driving into crossfire with that K2 position with IS-7 double 60 TP plus EBR being able to crossfire the tanks that no timing is sending through that G and H line. They somehow need to make it work, but you can see the Crystal and Pabu also with their 60 TPs able to put crossfire. Ooh, Alex taking some damage here, but as soon as those 60 TPs push in, that is going to be absolutely painful.
That is an IS-7 and a 60 TP that pen every shot on you, that you cannot do anything against, and you're pushing into an IS-7 double 60 TP that are in...
I mean, they need to essentially hope to pen every shot here to quickly eliminate the DPM, and so far so good.
Setting Alex on fire helps.
Yeah, Lukin now trying to push in, trying to hold the enemy tanks where they are here. Check. Doesn't make it behind the house, gets his head blown off here. Now Lukin is going to find himself in between a lot of sharks in red, but you can see Miku together with that IS-7, together with that 60 TP. They're not going to be missing a lot of shots. I think Lukin might be able to do one more as he does. And now...
No timing has established the outside now, so...
Yep. That was a painful repush, but somehow... they are making it work. Also, you can see on the minimap right now, K-line, there are some no timing tanks starting to encroach. Pabi gets cleaned up as well. How is this working?
And Miku cannot cross over.
How is this working here is the question, because now that K3 corner is going to be of no concern anymore. The double cap is going to be the issue that Goodnight Nomi needs to deal with, but they don't have the tanks anymore. You can see Katsang pushing up, but little is it going to change because the EBR of Miku from Goodnight Nomi is nowhere close to the cap. They're not going to get any resets. The STRV YOLOing in. Actually, they do blind kill one of those EBRs, but Adamek just gets double tracked. Yes, the EBR from the base is going to shoot, but they're not going to get him. Okay,
they need to kill Adamek.
They need to kill Adamek, and I believe they're going to be able to do so. Dreamer...
just look at the HP.
Yeah, it is over. And no timing. How did they make this push succeed here? I guess penning every single shot helped.
Well, there was a fire, there was an almost full HP ammo rack, and the fact that they pushed into... I don't know. Were the Goodnight Nomi tanks not in the correct positions?
I think the issue was that there wasn't a single DPM tank in K3, because if you think about it, you have an EBR, you have an I7, you have a 60 DP, and all of those 3 tanks do not have DPM. It's still 3 tanks nonetheless, but as soon as No Timing pushes over those G2, G3 tanks, and as soon as they get themselves safe behind the houses, that is also 3 tanks amongst them, but one very important one that are completely out of the game.
Exactly. The K3 position is extremely important to push, and to push out quickly in order to establish crossfire, but when you have 3 tanks there that are locked, it's no good anymore.
Yep. And just like that, No Timing, we almost counted them out after Sand River. They do make their own map pick come true with a repush that was very, very costly. I didn't think that it was going to succeed, but that's one of the reasons, I guess, why I'm the caster and they're the players. And
they believed in it and they made it work.
They believed, and sometimes a belief is all that you need. And now let's take a look at the stats here, as we see that, yeah, the problem is the EBR doesn't have DPM. Gurski with that IS-7 doesn't have DPM. I mean, he's second on damage, but you're just not able to pump out those shots into that push when you need to.
Yeah.
And now, 2-1.
I'm looking to see who was the 60 DP who got blown up for.
I think it was like 1200, so it wasn't like crazy big ammo rack, but
it's still an extra shot, and so if he doesn't get blown up, he makes it around the house, and they have 3 tanks coming to support.
6 pens. So they all took like between 5 and 6 pens. So it wasn't. Never mind. It was on the enemy team. So let's go on the hunt there as well. But so probably check 4 pens. Alex, I mean 5. So probably check, right? Yeah, 6, check. 8.
Yeah, must have been check.
Yeah. But still, yeah, it was 1 ammo rack, 1 fire. They penned all their shots in the repush. I think if that doesn't happen, then they probably end up losing the round off of it. Then again, there is still the fact that the EBR from Goodnight Nomi wasn't close to their own cap. There was double cap pressure going on from the EBRs themselves. So Goodnight Nomi needs to sacrifice a lot of HP to get those decaps.
There's also the fact that Goodnight Nomi loses their EBR in the forest in the initial EBR encounter, and No Timing just doesn't.
That was a sight to behold. Torpedo EBR is a valid tactic, to be honest, but I don't think he was running a Spotliner. That would be a waste on Morovanka.
No, I'm almost certain he wasn't.
Okay. 2-1. I mean, still match point for Goodnight Nomi. That means still No Timing have got their work cut out for them. But probably a bit happier than after the first 6 rounds they played today. Not that that would be too difficult, to be honest.
I mean, they made the call. It was a difficult one, and they made it work. Like this was a game that could go either way, and they tipped the balance of power in their favor, which does make you feel good as a team.
It almost looked like poor willpower by No Timing carrying them there. And now, Goodnight Nomi once again looking for the final point in this match. Double EBR, once again, 1 STRV, 1 mouse, 5 IS-7s, and that leaves 6 60 TPs.
Against No Timing's double EBR again with a single STRV, double 907, triple IS-7, and 7 60 TPs. No Timing do like their 760 TP strats on Morovanka, it seems.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They did win 1 round. Let's see if they can make it 2. Initial splits, Goodnight Nomi very, very interested in the 1, 2, and 3 line. And on the other side, we have No Timing going for the forest immediately. Good shot by Shelby, however, he ends up taking a lot of damage. That was maybe a bit over-eager.
That he might have watched a few too many replays of Mentos going very aggressively to spot in the middle part of the map.
And I mean, Miku still gets a lot of spots on towards those tanks by No Timing that are headed towards the forest. So Goodnight Nomi have a good initial idea what is going to be happening. Dreamer here getting spotted out by the IS-7, and that is a little bit of a timing going on. I mean, Phoenix starting to drive into the water. Manera, he doesn't know how close the enemy tanks are. They're going to be avoiding each other for the time being. Oi. This is interesting.
Is Manera safe now from the rest of...
I believe he should be safe. That means he wins the DPM duel against Phoenix, who is in the water but still on fire. And yeah, that's going to be a quick IS-7 by Goodnight Nomi. That's going to be biting the dust. Forest control by no timing. And honestly, with the EBR spotting this many tanks, I didn't like them sending the IS-7 this aggressive.
Yes, also Goodnight Nomi now does not have any rotation potential, with Shobi taking the position that he is, and they're locked with their entire 60 TP force, well, almost their entire 60 TP force in this pocket.
I mean, that is still a lot of 60 TPs, and if they peak, it's gonna hurt. Manera here is playing a dangerous game of World of Tanks. Does fire a shot in towards the forest, but I don't think no timing at this point in time want to actually push this. They are still on the defense. They're rotating.
They're defending, yeah. So you know that at least how many of the Goodnight Nomi tanks were spotted? Almost all, right?
I think. Yeah.
So you know that 5 or 6 of your opponent's 60 TPs have been spotted in this single dip, and they cannot leave, and your opponent is attacking. No Timing right now has absolute freedom of rotation to get an overmatch on the 3 line and basically force Goodnight Nomi to push out of this.
It almost looks like No Timing is attacking, if you look at the minimap, to be honest, because they have more map control on Muravanka defense, which is kind of crazy. They also have more HP, they have 1 gun advantage. And with that 907 rotation that just went on, double 907 now in B1, C1, they can even counter push if they want to, but they don't need to, which is a very nice position for them to be in. Manera, that is going to take a lot more shots of HE to bring him down into 1 volley range here for those 60 TPs. That being said, if they all commit in, obviously Manera is going to blow up, but the price would be horrendous.
How much damage would they take for it? Is a big question. So Manera cannot peek that far up. Okay, he gets shot by Lucan in the IS-7 from the window, but
he's not going to make this mistake again, I think. And now Goodnight Nomi with the rotation.
Well, they're making the only real play that they feel like they have available to them, which is because your force is locked in the 9-0 pocket. In order for them to be useful, you have to push the forest, so they're bringing everything they have and are hoping to catch No Timing with
they do get spotted. Is it early enough is the question. Shelby already starting to evacuate. Manera is obviously going to get pushed now. 1 more 60 TP shot would be enough to send him to the grave, and it's going to be Vierchard. So that is 1 quick pickup on towards the I-7, and we can already see the pain train coming in from Goodnight Nomi on towards the entrenched 60 TPs, but that is Saisa out of position. They might be netting themselves another quick pickup.
And he cannot be traded at all. And now these 460 TPs are all committed, with only an STRV covering from the back.
And I think that is double EBR by Goodnight Nomi, currently engaging against the singular EBR in the southwest here, as the 907 hit squad together with Lokier and that 60 TP starting to engage against the mouse. Click caught out here in the middle of the map with the mouse as well.
The 60 TPs are trying to run away. They're trying to run on the outside of the forest.
Goodnight Nomi trying to get whatever they can in that forest. Is it going to be enough, however, as No Timing are saying no you, starting to turn around. This is starting to be an even fight in the forest. Goodnight Nomi, they have more guns, but they have less HP, and they need to be ever so careful. Katsang starting to trade it out here, and I think No Timing, they're with a hurrah here in that forest, trying to commit in against Jack, Pabu, and Crystal. Are they going to get the pickup? So far, seems like no. Kills going back and forth.
What are the No Timing 907s doing? One of them was driving to the 2 line when, that's what, 3000 HP and a lot of DPM that could have been in the forest maybe 20 seconds ago. Like now, now they're pushing in, but I feel like it might be too late.
Well, we'll have to see as Weird with another Amarak gets sunk, biting the dust. Weird on a one-shot as well. Is up maybe to pick it up, and we can see those 907s. They are so squishy against the 60 TPs, but the DPM, once again, by the 60 TPs is absolutely not there. However, it's not all done and dusted. HP still dead. Even Lucky getting the STRV. Good night, Nomi. Fighting to take out NTMG out of this game, out of this match. Pabu down towards a one-shot. I believe Vitalka is not going to get the reload here. Look here, driving in now. This is still neck and neck, but I think the guns for Goodnight Nomi should be doing it. Trash Panda, full HP.
He picks up one. There's 2 more one-shots, but he goes down to a one-shot himself.
He bounces. Look here, taking another one. Adamek in that SRV is raining absolute hell on towards the tanks of no timing that tried to do a last push, but it's going to get shut down. And look here, and Rainbow make that only. Look here, left to his own devices. And Goodnight Nomi are going to make it a 3-1 scoreline. No timing.
It looked so good.
It looked so good until it didn't.
They had the rotation possibility, they had all the map control, they had the spotting advantage, and then something went wrong.
Something went completely down the drain, and I believe that might have been the 907s and that 60 TP trying to chase down the mouse. That realistically was a non-factor.
The mouse was a non-factor, but he was anchoring mid. The way I saw it working was the 907s would just kill the mouse by driving in a drive-by scenario, and then would join the forest. Or, well, maybe not directly, but do use all their DPM to support the forest. Instead, I believe it must have been a call, because the EBRs lost the 1-2-3 line, that one of the 907s turned to try and chase the EBRs and then turned back to go to the forest, which just, once again, just messed up the timings for the team of no timing.
Yeah, on the minimap, I was able to see that while all the shootout was going on, there was a interesting interaction going on. Double EBR of Goodnight Nomi were actually able on the 1-2-3 line to catch out one of the EBRs by no timing. So that was, yeah, the way that they actually managed to pull it off while the entirety of their team was actually somewhere else was pretty incredible, and probably a huge factor of what ended up netting them the victory. Still, I think that Goodnight Nomi didn't play perfectly. Actually, far from it. Committing Phoenix there, not needed, to be honest. But I think in the end, if you manage to bully the enemy into a scenario where they are fighting into the fire of an STRV. And we see here, not only does Adamek has essentially 5k damage, he also has 6 kills. That means 6 times, most likely, some alpha went to waste. So realistically, if he doesn't end up killing people, he probably would have done more damage. So good stuff by Goodnight Nomi. Slight hiccup there in the round before, but they end up picking it up 3-1, and they do throw no timing out of the tournament immediately on day 1.
The last round was honestly a great recovery from Goodnight Nomi, because they were in a pretty horrible position and scenario, and to make it work and to come through with it was must have been a big morale boost as well for going into tomorrow. Where they will be facing off against the victor of our next game.
Exactly. And the victor of our next game, I think that one is far from decided. It's going to be a Goldfish against a W. W coming down from the upper bracket. They did end up taking 2 good rounds off of Invil, but that was all she wrote. After that, Invil seemingly turned on the monitors and started playing, and took 4 rounds in quick succession.
Third round is arguable, but overall, Invil did show a much higher level of gameplay in today's match number 2.
Going into the last one, what's your prediction, W against Goldfish?
A 3-1 or a 3-0 against for W.
I think I also went with a 3-1. Obviously, the teams coming down from the upper bracket most of the time should be favored. Not this time, however, as it's going to be a Goodnight Nomi all the way 3-1 final scoreline. That That, though, I think is going to be quite enough jibber jabber from the two of us. Thank you very much for casting on day one, and now we'll head over to some replays.
Thank you.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to what's going to be the last match of the day. It is going to be a team that we haven't seen yet. It's going to be Goldfish against W. Ducky, what's your take?
Goldfish had a really rough group stage, Gihand. I don't know how much to expect from them at all. I think this community prediction is very much on point. I'd probably even favor W even more. The group, Gihand, by beating Mirage 3-2, which was also the only match they won. So it really wasn't pretty. They have a lot to prove here that, you know, they can actually game. And W comes off a disappointing loss against Invil.
I mean, yeah, starting strong, but then Invil, well, got things going. 0-2 and then 4-2 for Invil. Now, a map pick and bans. Fisherman's Bay is the first one to go, as Goldfish don't want to play that one. They saw what W were able to do. Sorry, no, actually, they played Live Oaks first. So Fisherman's Bay, apparently just the permaban by Goldfish. Then Sandriver taken out. Himmelsdorf and Cliff, the first two maps, absolute classics. Moravanka and Highway, as well as Live Oaks, taken out. And that leaves Prokhorovka as a possible tiebreaker if we get there. If what you said holds true, then possibly not.
What I say usually holds true. Gian.
Let's see if this one beats the odds then or not.
I don't know. I don't mean to be defeatist for Goldfish. Anything can happen. But if they play like they did in groups, it's going to be a very quick match.
I mean, yeah. Taking 2 rounds off of Invil is no easy feat. And just to prove that, essentially, no team in the group stage was able to do that. I think they played 4-0, 4-0, 4-1. Now, W being able to do that here immediately, albeit still losing. But then again, this now lower bracket is a best of 5. So it's actually not a long way to go until you might face tournament elimination, even as the favorite. But yeah, W have looked strong enough, I would say, that Goldfish, compared to the group stage, need to significantly step it up to have a chance in this one.
They do need to step it up a lot from the groups, and I believe that they can, Kihan. They're not a bad team by any means. However, W is normally an exceptional team, except for 2 rounds of Cliff and 2 rounds of Moravanka, where they were in an exceptional team.
Those are a lot of exceptions. Now we are headed into Himmelsdorf, and then at least 1 round of Cliff. So absolutely the most classic maps possible. Himmelsdorf starting it off, and W as a team on Himmelsdorf, we've seen them in past tournaments. They have been very, very aggressive, but sometimes that aggressiveness, those aggressive moves end up actually working against them. So we'll need to see if they're actually able to contain some of those blind pushes to where they're actually able to execute onto overmatches and not walk into traps like they've done in the past. And for Goldfish, it is an uphill battle.
It is indeed an uphill battle, but they are potentially able to do it. However, the predictions showing our fate in W, who come out on Himmelsdorf, and I think against Goldfish, this is a smart pick for W. Against Invil, not so much, but here, sticking true to what you know you should have the better players, you should have the better tactics. No play is better than for Himmels to have both of those come into effect.
Yep. Now I believe the battle is going to start soon, and the truth once again is going to lie on the battlefield. It is going to be the small streets of Himmelsdorf. Goldfish coming into this one with quite an interesting lineup, actually. A singular CS63, nothing unusual there. Quintuple E100. However, then the things start. Double BZ75, double BZ72, 1, and then 5 60 TPs.
5 60 TPs against W's double Hori E5 IS7 times 5 IS4 E100 double 50p and triple 60 TP.
Now, BZ72-1. I believe we saw it once in the past tournament, where it ended up getting set on double fire on the Hill of Mines and then dying. On a Himmelsdorf, I mean, what are the trade-offs, essentially, against the BZ75s? I mean, that's pretty shortly summed up. The BZ75 has a bit more meaty gun, whereas the BZ72-1, obviously lower alpha, but quicker reload.
Quicker reload indeed, but it also has rockets, Kian, which I guess is the main purpose of such a tank. But both teams sending a lot of tanks towards the hill. I think Goldfish might just about have more though. I can't count, Kian, that's what you're here for.
Well, that is a lot of tanks in one blob, which actually makes it difficult to count here, even if you have a good side of all of the 10 fingers of on your hands. And now we'll have to wait and see how exactly this one's going to go, as Hannes gets completely caught out here on the cross, down towards 800 HP. And I think this is not what W should do here. They're backing off. They might lose Hannes in the process. Hill control immediately taken by Goldfish.
Yeah, but they don't have the tanks to push the lower side. I'm already going to say that they just don't have the numbers for it. They have 5 tanks pushing into 5 V100s Kian in a 60 TP, and the hill push just continuing for the side of W, for the side of Goldfish actually, who find first kill, and are going to find a lot more there as well. This is going to be a disaster in round 1 for W by the looks of things.
Well, by the looks of things, though, one of the E100s has gotten set on fire here. Those E100s, as soon as the Hori whips out its 360 AP pens, not so well armored anymore. That being said, though, that is still a lot of armor, a lot of HP to chew through on the lower side for W. They're desperate to make this push happen, as the forces that were sent to the hill by the team in the baby blue now starting to recover on the lower side. It seems like Goldfish don't really want to press the issue anymore. Now, Tomrud down towards 1k is pulling back a bit. Luca, the same thing for him. He's starting to be able to stay safe. He's starting to peek again. Not really sure if that's advisable against the 60 TPI's 4 combination that we have there as well.
5 line?
Possibly. I mean, that is a good move by W now. They have completely evacuated the hillside, and that is going to be right now unspotted. Finally, Splotty and one more 60 TP do get spotted, and this must be all the alarm bells ringing for Goldfish. They have a lot of tanks on the hill, but what can they do there? The answer, nothing.
The answer is indeed nothing, as now W pushing around the 5 line with those 5 tanks that are coming. This is a good move from them, actually, evacuating under the hill, now pushing in towards this part of the map. But the biggest issue here, Kian, is even if they clean all of this up, they're down so much HP that Goldfish could potentially win off of this. It's going to be hard for them now, though, because they stopped pushing the hill. It allowed this rotation from W to come through, and it's a really, really good one. They've cleaned up already 3 times from Goldfish, and they're going to do 3 more as well to the grave.
Exactly. Adi, as well as the double E100 that's there remaining, are just gonna get sent to the grave with little more to say. That being said, though, White Rock is going to claim serial killers live. I mean, the HP here still favoring Goldfish, as Lali is able to pick up Scatter. Adi falls in turn, though, and this means that Goldfish still have the HP advantage, and the forces are starting to pour down from the hill, and that is going to be a big issue for W as soon as those tanks from the hill start hitting, start actually putting in their HP into the fight. Then it should be all even again. Goldfish still leading by 3k, though.
Leading by 3k, also cleaning up Fly in the Hori. Now going to transition on towards the 50B and then potentially start capping out. But the HP is completely even and they're down in guns now, Kihan. They have made an absolute disaster of this play. Flawless now in trouble, and his BZ getting pincered from the 5 line by himself. And it is looking like W, who never had a claim on this round, are going to be taking it.
Indeed, W with that miraculous transition below the hill in towards the 5 line are completely outminding, outwitting Goldfish. They were getting Hannes for free and it looked like they had it all in the bag. But those misses, those bounces on towards the BC75 are not going to make a difference, it seems. I mean, the HP are still close. Maybe Goldfish can bring it back, but Dunidan with another kill here on towards Ghost is going to start shutting down the hopes. W, though, with a double cap here, and right now there are not really tanks that can can come back by Goldfish.
Yeah, the Nashka would be the only one, but he doesn't seem to be in a position where it's going to matter either. So at the end of the day, I think W did a great rotation here, but that comes down to Goldfish really just giving them that opportunity, that opening. Letting go of the pressure sometimes, Gihan, is not the way forward.
No, and we see in between those great teams like Invil, like Motivatia, once they have the pressure going, they never let go of it. A Goldfish making that mistake, and it's going to net them a defeat in a round that looked very, very won from the get-go. But W is going to claim this one 1-0 in the score department.
Yeah, and really they shouldn't have. They made a great rotation, but that's only because Goldfish opened themselves up to get exploited. And arguably, they shouldn't. They got such a nice initial advantage that they should keep up some sort of a pressure, keep those tanks in position where they can quickly push the base in return, right? Normally, if your 1-2 line gets pushed by this amount of tanks and you have the info from the 8 line like they did, you take everything that's hill and you just go cap.
Exactly, as the damage numbers start rolling in, obviously with a lot of E100s and a lot of 60 TPs, that's going to mean a lot of damage. And once again, those BZ72 ones, not really with the most convincing of showings.
I mean, they're there just to boost, though. They're just there to boost 60Ps and stuff across. So their role is already done. After the first 40 seconds of the game, it's everybody else that really should make up for it. Yeah, it's just a strategic oversight from Goldfish. If they were close and ready to push the base, these tanks drive 5 line, you have limited ready to reset, you are able to just win the game by decapping once or twice, because it does take time to kill those E100s, right?
And I think we also have to lose a word about Ali here. The Finnish prodigy, some would call him. 7,602 kills to his name. Gigantic score.
Yeah, it's a really, really good result for Ohori. I don't know when he farmed that much, but yeah, nice.
Obviously, with the alpha damage, he's able to maybe rack up an Amarek or some burns as well. But yeah, 7,600, nothing to scoff at. This wasn't a 10-minute game, far from it, actually. So good stuff from him. And yeah, we're starting to see what I guess we were expecting to see a little bit. W seemed like a bit stunned after losing Hannes like that. But after that, just quick mental recovery. And that almost seemed like a pre-planned push after losing the hill like that. Even though normally with a tactic like that, where you send this many tanks to the hill, you wouldn't expect to lose the hill immediately. But that transition was just seamless.
No, that was a really good... transition into the 5 line from them. But again, Goldfish should not have allowed that.
Yeah, they completely lost track of the tanks that were pouring down from the hill. I mean, they picked up one I7, the 50B ended up not being a factor by Lip. That always hurts, seeing a 50B going out with 4 shots and 0 damage. But there were enough tanks to make up for those blunders. And yeah, I mean, they were also so down in HP for most of the game. But turns out, if you have enough guns in the fight, then the HP difference ends up not mattering a whole lot. Now we're gonna go to round number 2 on Himmelsdorf, and I mean, it is high time now for the team of Goldfish to prove why they're here, why they're in the playoffs of the Clan Showdown June 2024.
Yeah, hopefully, right? Hopefully. Because that first round for them was really good. They caught W off guard, which is a bit of a surprise that W allowed themselves to get caught off guard, but let's see what Goldfish got cooking for us in round number 2. 1 E100, 1 CS, 1 E3, 1 BZ, and everything else 60 DP.
Well, a lot of 60 TPs on either side. W with the double mouse and Goldfish not letting go of those that BZ72, so they really do seem to prefer it over the BZ75. I mean, W5 and T57 on the side of W, they have something in mind.
they do have something in mind, and it's going to be a big lower side push Gihan. What do you think from that?
Those 60 TPs, they do have the advantage of not taking as much damage on such a long approach as other tanks would, because it's just, you know, annoying to hit them. But this setup here by Goldfish might just be what it takes. They're going to be shooting sideways 60 TPs. Dunny, Luca, Flawless, and Tomrud. Let's see how good your marksmanship is. Klurf here slowing down a little bit, wants to wait for the other tanks in his lineup. But now this next one, this is going to be where it matters. And they're not going to... Ooh, never mind. The second one, Itox, is going to be taking the hits. That was 3 out of 4 connections, but that is also a lot of W tanks very far committed.
That's a good volley, though, from the side of Goldfish. They take some on Ghost, who's forced to abandon the window, but they do actually a lot of damage in return for that. Now you have an E3 staring down this window, though. That's going to be annoying for all of those tanks from Goldfish to really do something. Neva backing off. But in return, though, there's an over-rotation from the hill Gihan, and that is a bit scary, because normally you leave 2 on the hill if everything is spotted, just to be able to deal with this. But in this scenario, it looks like Goldfish rotated everybody back down themselves, pushing back across the open. Now Tiger there taking 1.7. Maybe he should consider a casting drop as well. Drop towards a one-shot, drop towards 41 HP. He will stay alive. Not anymore, though, as Lip picks them up. Goldfish with a big rotation here, a big push. They're going to lose the hill as well, because this is do or die for them.
This is indeed do or die. They're gonna find Donny down, but already Hannes, the Barbarian Splatian, got you, baby, on the prowl, on the hunt, and they are going to be the overmatch on that K-line as well. One of the mouses from the courtyard also starting to commit in. Goldfish, they have to push out of this contain, but what are they pushing into? It is just stationary guns by W that they have to drive into. Lip is going to make a Fly is going to make a shield, actually, as the kills start coming in, but W 8,000 HP and also mentally ahead in game number 2 on Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, these 60Ps are just going to keep backing off for W. Some of them will live, most of them will die, but now they're just put back into another pincer, and everywhere you're looking, every lane, there's a W tank waiting for the side of Goldfish. And yeah, I mean, you get this initial volley, but then this rotation to the base, this repush never works.
This repush indeed never works, especially if it happens spotted, if it happens this late. And now Lip there on the victory march, the drive to victory by the mouse. He's not even losing that much HP for it. He doesn't need to care anymore. Luca trying to do what he can against Splati, but W in a furious round number 2 are going to be putting themselves on match point against a team of Goldfish that honestly, they seem overwhelmed. They seem to be completely outmatched.
This was rough again for Goldfish. I mean, this time they were not ahead though. But when the lower side gets pressured like this and you're not able to take the fight immediately, you have little options left. You can go through the 8 line together with the hill to try and pressure the cap and force rotations, but repushing is the worst one in almost every case.
I mean, Infinity can dance around all he wants, and like nice camo by him with the little fishleys on the camo, but yeah, W, it takes nothing away from the fact that this was absolutely dominant by them. The touch by Goldfish to have like the punishment through that crossfire line, yeah, it was a nice touch, but in the end it also served to prove that the rotation then came too late, because you get 3 shots out of that from the 4 60 TPs that were aiming, but you give up the information in return, thus your rotation is late. And then also the tanks that tried to come through the K line, like everyone by W was already in position. You're not winning that repush, you're sacrificing an entire tank to even get there. And the thing is, from Mercedes, in come the W tanks to just completely pounce. And because everything is spotted, they know exactly how much to commit into that K-line brawl to win it, while they can hold everywhere else and delay. And after the K-line brawl is won, from there on, there's no way out of defeat for Goldfish. So perfectly played by W. And after this game 1 and number 2, I think it is just tactically on a different level what we saw in Himmelsdorf. by either team, with a worse end for Goldfish, obviously. I'm kind of scared for Cliff now. Then again, Cliff is the map where maybe Goldfish is able to come back just because it plays so differently.
It's going to be very hard for them, though, to win 2 rounds in a row on Cliff. Yeah, this round was kind of a non-factor for them. Now, if they won the first Himmelski hand, then we would be looking at something else.
Exactly. Then we would be looking at a 1-2-1, but one quick rotation by W, and all of a sudden, all the good opening that we saw by Goldfish just completely falling apart, and thus 2-0 match point W, and Goldfish ending up not looking good in the slightest. This was, yeah, crazy good round by W, and it just seems like there is little to nothing that Goldfish have like left in the tank to be able to contest with.
You never know, Keyhand. I mean, Cliff is a funky one. We just saw how W not have the greatest performance on it, you know? But if Goldfish is the caliber of team that can do that,
I mean, also keep in mind, one of the rounds on Cliff by W, like actually realistically, they should have won. It was just that they ended up not wanting to win it. At least that's how it looked like in third-person perspective. But yeah, they almost took one round off of Indil, and this doesn't bode well for Goldfish, is I think what we're trying to say here. Those 2 rounds of Himmelsdorf were not pretty, if you're a fan of the team in yellow here. For Goldfish's sake and also for the match's sake, let's hope that this one goes differently. Cliff is going to be the name of the game. And for W, it is just 1 round away from staying in this tournament. And for Goldfish, it is 1 round away from not looking too good in the playoffs here.
well, it would be a shame if they go out 3-0, right?
Yeah.
I don't think you wish that on anybody.
Nope. You certainly wouldn't. I mean, let's see. Cliff plays completely differently, so that might be a silver lining for Goldfish. On the other side, W played it twice today, and they probably have a lot of mistakes that they saw that they could fix. Goldfish coming into this one fighting for tournament survival. We have quadruple CS63, double 260, double B, and 7 BZ75s.
W on the other hand, triple B, SCRV, quad CS, 1 A7, and 6 BZs, if I can count well.
You can. It is 6 of them, and the split is pretty easily summed up for Goldfish. They're sending everyone towards the middle. Never mind, Flawless is being split off in that singular 260. Probably didn't listen to the FC at the beginning of the game, and the split for W. On the other hand, they're going to send the Bs together with the I7 in towards the 1 and 2 line, and they're sending the rest of the forces in towards middle. Donny and Andrea getting split off here as White Rock clashing against the other CSs. One of them immediately taking a hit here. That's Tomrud down to 1400, but so far the cross is pretty cheap. Now the 50B starting to clip out. It is going to be Puppy down towards 651.
Yeah, the last CS getting the most damage there, but all in all, not that bad for the side of Goldfish. They're taking more tanks on the hill now.
Good second timing.
Yeah, but more tanks on the hill doesn't necessarily mean more positions, Kian.
Well, so far W have not really shown a great interest in towards the hill, and that is because they can't properly contest it against those BZ75s. That was a good move by Goldfish, sending the CSs first and now having a lot of healthy BZ75s up there. In comes the rotation by W, though, through the 1 and 2 line here, and they do find Flawless, who's kind of caught out, but he does make it up in towards his own spawn. He will have a rock to hide behind, but that's going to be very, very dangerous for him to play from.
Yeah, but Goldfish as a reaction is pushing across towards 1-2. They lose their first to 60 fair immediately. Danny taking a similar fate though for the side of W, who have potentially pushed too many times down 1-2. There is a 50B coming back up, Infinity's pushing up, but W now trying to win the middle of the map. They do so with 6,000 extra HP over Goldfish at this moment in time, and there's not really any TPM that can punish these tanks over peaking either. It's only the hill, and 1-2, I don't even think that there's going to be one for Goldfish whatsoever.
Nope, as Gotcha Baby seems to be all clipped out though. This is Nether jumping down, wanting revenge against that reloading 50B. Does not intuition over towards HE, only 545 to roll as Luca bites the dust. It's going to be Dutchbot claiming the life of the other 50B player. Still 5,000 HP advantage though, and I think this is the push by W, forming up on towards the hill. Yes, it's going to be hurting at first, but after that, that is going to be a clash that I'm not sure yet who will win. YOLO springing up into action though. We'll see. Is Lali going to fall? Yes is the answer. Double kill by W here, and now they're looking for the knockout punch. They're looking for the clean sweep, and Ducky, I think they're gonna get it. They got double the HP.
Yeah, double the HP and more tanks as well. Itox looming over the hill. Tomro does find the kill, but that is more for show than it is going to matter for anything at all, as W proved just a notch too strong for Goldfish, which had potential in round number 1, but then afterwards don't really have anything else going for them anymore. Keyhand?
Nah. I think W, when compared to Goldfish, just built different. That was GG, not even close. Sogma is going to reverse back in towards YOLO. He's going to get one more kill, but that is just cosmetics at the end of the day. W is going to take down this lower bracket match clean and easy. It's going to be 3-0. And yeah, for Goldfish, it's going to be back to the drawing board. Frugo has died, but so will Sogma. Good shot by him in towards the cupola of the BZ, but he ends up crushing to the death. And this means that W, in quick and easy fashion, are going to end up winning the first match of the day. Congratulations to them. And yeah, Goldfish end up not looking too good.
If there's any viewers that feel visually disturbed after watching these horrific scenes from Goldfish, especially if you're a Goldfish fan, feel free to PM Keyhand. He's actually on that side, in-game, on Discord, on Twitch Whispers or anything. He will always be there for you.
I'll be there for you.
Please don't. Listen, we cannot afford to lose thousands and thousands of viewers because at this point in life, you want to switch career, buddy. No.
But yeah, overall, that was rough. If you're a Goldfish, they'll probably be trying next time again, but it was not to be against a team of W that realistically, in every single regard, I mean, it didn't even come down to player skill, right? It didn't need to. The rotations were better, the calls were better, the timings were better for W. Everything was there. And for Goldfish, for the players, they just ended up standing and watching as they got mercilessly vanquished by W, that are probably looking already towards that match tomorrow that they're going to be playing against a team of Goodnight Nomi.
Yeah, they're going to be playing against a team of Goodnight Nomi. Indeed, and then the winner of that will be playing against the loser of Invil versus Motivacja. Not an easy run through the lower bracket.
Not in the slightest. I'm not gonna lie, both Invil and Motivacja have looked scary today. Let's leave out the live oaks of Invil. Other than that, both of them have looked absolutely stellar. Although I think Invil looked more like they could be hurt, especially in the cliff round against W.
Yeah, that's indeed very, very true. So, I mean, that was also down to W, though, doing very well.
It just seemed like at one point they had run out of whatever they needed to get things done against Invil, and then they ended up running into that brick wall that can be the Polish juggernaut of Invil. Now, The updated tournament bracket tomorrow. Good night, Nomi against... first of all, we're going to start it off, I believe, with Motivatie against Invil. Then it's going to be Good night, Nomi against W. Then loser and winner, respectively, are going to be battling it out in the lower bracket finals of match 7. And then match 8 tomorrow is going to be the grand final. First, though... There is another thing that we should mention, and that is the NA matches later today, where I'm not misinformed, you'll be participating as well.
Participating is a big word. I'll be present, Jan. Mentally and physically. I'm playing for content.
Hopefully you'll be doing those professional content extension. Quite the short stream today compared to the others, so no extensions going on as of right now. But yeah, obviously after the stream, we'll be rating you, where players and watchers obviously will be able to claim their drops. So if you haven't yet, then feel free to do that on Darky's channel. Also, if you're a night owl or if you're just happen to be in the North American region, then it should be evening your time. You'll be able to watch the North American part of the Clan Showdown. That all being said and done, though, thank you very much for casting with me, Ducky, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Coming later this year, the Onslaught Legends Series. This is your chance to make the event truly awesome by boosting the prize pool and getting a cool 2D style and other goodies in the process. Contribute now.